So the meeting is a live streaming on YouTube. So Namrita Agrawal is our moderator to conduct the session for the Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit 2022, Day 16. So Namrita, without wasting time, I would like to request you, please start the session.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes.
A very warm welcome to all the guests, to all the speakers present here. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them, as rightly put up by Albert Einstein. And that's why we need innovation. Promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels is the purpose of Goal 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions. Careful management of this essential global resource is a key feature of a sustainable future, is the motto of Sustainable Development Goals. With this vision, I, Namrata Agrawal, and my co-host, Kinjal Jivani, proudly welcome each one of you for this morning. This initiative has created a pathway to the future we all want for all. Witty Gossip and Sanjimi World School have got together in collaboration for such a noble cause. We believe our speakers are the harbingers of change. Hence, we have created such a platform for them. So, a very good morning to our eminent guests, dignitaries, principals, and dear speakers. We take pride in welcoming each one of you to the Sustainable Development Goals initiated by Witty Gossip in association with Sanjimi World School. I'm sure that today we will all have a great time and will also learn a lot from young talents on the platform. We wish the speakers all the best for their presentation. I'm sure today each one of us will get beautiful insights and have something very meaningful to ponder to protect our Mother Earth. Moving ahead, the main event of this session is to showcase the insights of all the speakers present here. I, Namrata Agrawal, and Kinjal Jivani, my co-host, once again welcome you all on behalf of Sanjeevni and Witty Gossip for this wonderful event. Today's youth's voice refers to the distinctive ideas, opinions, attitudes, knowledge, and actions of the young generation as a collective body. Witty Gossip, along with Sanjeevni, is privileged to provide this wonderful platform for all the leaders. Let us all come together and make the most of it. Now, I would like to introduce our organizers. To start with, now I would like to introduce you to Supriya Pathak ma'am, the driving force behind the entire event. The person behind this visionary mission is Dr. Supriya Pathak ma'am, representing Witty Gossip. Ma'am is the driving force who has taken up a sustainable development goals as a mission and is constantly working for it to create awareness among the youth. I now hand it over to Supriya ma'am to welcome everyone and take this forward to introduce Witty Gossip and take this forward. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Namrita, for the beautiful introduction. Here, I would like to mention that today we have the collaboration with the Sanjeevni World School. Also, we have the collaboration with the Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, Bihar. And today we also have the collaboration with the Oriental University and its associate knowledge associates, National Institute of Law University, Bhopal. So, I, Dr. Supriya Pathak, Assistant Professor, Oriental University, Indore, and Research Supervisor, Director Foreign Affairs, Witty Gossip Association, take a privilege to welcome our chief guest, Professor Dr. V Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor of National Institute of Law University, Bhopal. Sir, we are very honored to have you in this global platform on the day 16 of Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit to address the Goal 16, Sustainable Development Goal 16, Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions. Today, I am very glad to have the plenty of speakers, and we are going to share the wisdom of words, wisdom of knowledge, and we are all set to dive in the ocean of knowledge to address the issues of the peace, justice, and strong institutions. Now, Namrita, I would like to request you, please introduce our chief guest, sir.
Sure, Supriya ma'am, thank you so much. Now, I would like to introduce to everyone the dynamic personality, our chief guest for today, Professor V Vijay Kumar. He is the Vice Chancellor, the National Law Institute, University, Bhopal. Is an educational administrator. He is also serving as the president on CLAT, that is Common Law Admission Test Consortium. He was awarded Ryoichi Sasakawa Young Leaders Fellowship at Salzburg Seminar in '93. He was a visiting scholar with York University, Toronto, Canada at its Center for Refugee Studies during 2000-2003 and was an exchange visitor at National University of Singapore during November 2004 to February 2005 under the Asian Law Institute program. He visited the US in 1988 under the International Visitors Program on the USIS on the Living in Constitution representing the law school. Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. He visited the US in '98 under the International Visitors Program of USIS on the Living Institution representing the Law School Institute associated in Singapore International School till 2009. He was conferred the Amity Academic Excellence Award during February 2011 by the Amity International School at the Amity University, Noida, for the best performance in respect of the Youth Red Cross movement. He received an award from the Indian Red Cross Society, Tamil Nadu branch on World Red Cross Day in 2012. Again, the same Indian Red Cross Society presented the Best Chancellor Award 2011-12 at the 63rd anniversary of Geneva Conventions Day on 23rd August 2012. Please join me to welcome Professor V Vijay Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, from India. Over to you, sir. Please share the pearls of wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Priya, the Dean, Supriya Pathak, Namrata Agarwal, Madhumita, invitees from other institutions, the chairpersons, the speakers on this occasion, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to everyone present here on this virtual mode. I wish that it would have been a physical mode of interaction where possibly we could receive many people from outside and then interact meaningfully and decide something on what we can do and contribute as educational institutions. This SDG goal 16 incidentally coincides with April 16th, today, on peace, justice and strong institution, on the theme Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit 2022. As you're all aware, that goal number 16 out of the 17 goals seeks to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. That is the comprehensive content of the goal number 16 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, to understand the implications, very quickly, let me just go to the Millennium Development Goals. In 2000, the countries, the leaders of all the nations joined together. They saw the disparity between developing, underdeveloped, developed countries, and they wanted to, project that only through a sustainable and economic development for all, the discriminatory and disparities between countries and among the people in each and every country can be addressed. And the Millennium Development Goals did achieve something but could not realize all the objectives. And therefore, again in 2015, they met and resolved and called it as Sustainable Development Goals. And they gave 15 years extra time, additional time to realize this. And this is always a mechanism in motion. It is not that anyone and everyone can achieve it in the next 10 years or 15 years. But still, the objective is to realize the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And we have got only 8 more years to go. And in this regard, what is it that we can do is what I am planning to just very quickly sum it up. Now, to understand the implications, I would say out of all these 17 sustainable goals, this sustainable development goal is the most important because it encompasses everything. Whatever you want to do from goal number 1 to 15 and 17, if you have 16 in place, then possibly you can address the remaining 16 goals much more meaningfully. And therefore, it occupies a very, very central place among the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Now, in this regard, I would like to refer to the Assembly Resolution 70/1 dated 25th September 2015 at the 70th session of the General Assembly. The paragraph 8 and 9 of the Sustainable Development Goals provide the foundation for what you call it as the goal number 16. What is it? I would like to very quickly mention, I will not get into the details of these two, but I would like to refer to paragraph 35 of the same document, and I would like to focus only on two important sentences or parts of the sentences in that lengthy paragraph 35. It says, sustainable development cannot be realized. Sustainable development cannot be realized without peace and security, and peace and security will be at risk without sustainable development. See what a beautiful statement it is. I once again read that statement, a part of paragraph 35. Sustainable development cannot be realized without peace and security, and peace and security will be at risk without sustainable development. And that sums up the entire understanding of goal number 16 as to why we need all these provisions. In the same paragraph 35, it also says, in somewhere in the middle, effective rule of law. What type of institutions we have to create? It also mentions effective rule of law and good governance at all levels and on transparent, effective, and accountable institutions. So when you have all these things, then it is much more easier for us to address the sustainable development goals in a much more meaningful manner. Apart from this, there are three other paragraphs which I think when you deliberate, discuss, you will get to know about it. Paragraphs 39, 44, and 45, which provide the means of implementation. And somewhere later, it also provides for promotion of non-discriminatory institutions and laws which are necessary and essential for what you call it as sustainable development. Now, in this background, what is it that we need to do as educational institutions? As a member of the International Association of Law Schools, when we met in California in 2016, we were framing a syllabus for public international law course. I would like to, encourage the Orient University to look into this. What we suggested was the entire public international law could be taught not in the traditional manner of identifying the topics, but through the 17 sustainable goals. So the whole gamut of links between international institutions and domestic institutions can be very beautifully articulated and delivered to the students who are going to be the leader of this universe in the next 10 to 20 years, and they must be trained in the sustainable development goals. And therefore, in the teaching of the courses, whether social sciences or law or any other course, I think we need to consciously build the objectives of sustainable development goal in making individuals understand that the global peace depends solely on the sustainable development. And these two things, when they are obtained, I think peace and security automatically can prevail. And that is the objective with which this virtual conference has been convened. I would like to congratulate the organizers for assembling excellent speakers. I went through the list, excellent set of resource persons, and I hope that this can the outcome of this conference can be put somewhere, recorded somewhere, and sent to all educational institutions so that they can also take part in rephrasing their curriculum as they are going to do it from 1st July 2022. And then it is through this education we can build a solid foundation for the growth and development of each and every community, and growth and development of every village, the growth and development of every district, and from every district to every state, and then the country, and then slowly from one country, if the country is good enough, then possibly the regional development and the global development will take place. This is an excellent process for what is called as bottom-up approach, right? Otherwise, if anything comes from top to bottom, it takes time for delivery. But if the consensus is built at the bottom, then I think it is much more easier for us to develop it upwards and then see to it that these things are realized in the decades to come. I'm little doubtful whether we can complete everything by 2030, but a solid foundation that we lay down possibly can continue to contribute to the realization of these goals in the decades to come. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share some of my views on this occasion, and I wish the entire program successful interaction with a series of experts that I have assembled. I hope and I'm confident that it will be wonderful. My apologies, I am on a visit to another law university. Otherwise, I would have stayed throughout and listened to the experts. But I hope that the organizers will make at least the minutes of the meetings, made available to us so that we could take some lessons from this and move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Professor V Vijay Kumar, sir, for joining us, for honoring us. And sir, actually, today we are very humble. We are honored, truly honored to have you in this global platform, sir. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to address the Global Sustainable Development Goal 16, Peace, Justice, and a Strong Institution. Sir, I would like to request you, sir, would you be able to do this, sir? Like joining hands?
No, I have to go for another work. I'm
No,
a member of a committee here, School
yes,
Review Commission.
sir, I understand. Actually, I am just saying that, sir, would you to like do this gesture, sir? Like namaste?
Oh,
So
okay,
that
namaste, namaste.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
namaste,
sir, yes, sir.
namaste.
Sir, please do this again. I want to capture you, sir. Please
Oh,
do
okay,
this
okay,
again.
namaste, namaste,
So this is a
namaste.
Yes.
signature movement that
Oh,
we
okay,
are doing. We are telling
okay,
all the great
Yes,
dignitaries to
yes,
do that.
thank you.
yes.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for joining, sir. Thank you very much. Now, Namrita, I would like to request you, please proceed further, dear.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your insights and pearls of wisdom. Thank you for joining us. Now, I would like to introduce in short about the Sustainable Development Goals. In addition to learning the core subjects, children need to grow in other areas that are equally important in all-round development of the individual. We do not teach only to attempt, but also to provide knowledge-centered education, but also a conducive environment and ambience in which children learn. Today, we can see a beautiful amalgamation of communities, all the educators coming together. Sanjimi World School and Witty Gossip take pride in welcoming each one of you. Now, I would like to give you a small introduction of Sanjimi World School. Sanjimi World School is a futuristic school where everyone is encouraged and inspired to learn the skills required to succeed in the global arena. Backed with a team of passionate, hardworking, and dedicated individuals, the school is ready to prepare each learner for the future challenges which will enable them to reach their goals far beyond the horizon. I would now ask Dr. Seema Negi, ma'am, to give few instructions to the speakers for the smooth functioning of today's event. I would also like to introduce Dr. Seema Negi, ma'am. She comes from the lineage of Indian Air Force, is a passionate educator. Her expertise lies in both national and international boards. Presently, she is the director principal of Sanjimi World School, Dahisar, Mumbai. She is a global ambassador, life coach, and author. She lives with the maxim, I am because we are. Over to you, Seema ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Namrata, and thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar, sir. I think you have set the tone for the entire day, and that is what I think it was needed. When we get this kind of booster in the beginning of the session, I am very sure that the entire session will be peaceful, and these deliberations will not be just deliberation, but we will turn them into implementable action, so that at least we are reaching toward the conclusion of all these goals by 2030, which is what is envisioned. And as rightly said by Martin Luther King Jr., darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. So let's have peaceful world wherein love, compassion, empathy thrives. If we have not learned something from this pandemic, I think we will not be able to learn anything ever. With this, I would just like to tell all the speakers, please maintain the timeline, because managing time is managing the biggest resource. Those who are giving the speeches, their time is 5 minutes. Those who are doing the presentation, PPT presentation, their time is 10 minutes, because you are getting evaluated on that. With this, all the best to everyone, and let's begin this beautiful deliberations and beautiful discussions, and let's make a peaceful and sustainable world so that each one of us can live happily. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Dr.
much.
Seema. Namrita, just wait a minute. As Dr. Seema mentioned about the time limits, so again I am repeating that if you are going to address a issue related with your speech, so please make sure your time limit is at 4 to 5 minutes. And if you are going to do presentation, so there is a time limit of 10 minutes. And if you are going to exceed with your time limits, so we will have to disqualify you in the list of the award certificate. So you are not able to achieve the A award certificate. Actually, this A award certificate is powered by the Global Pride Excellence Awards and the Global Empowerment Awards. So please take care about the time limits. Thank you very much, all of you. Now, Namrita, please proceed.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
So please, everyone understand, sustainable time is also very important.
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Okay, I'm so excited, aren't you all? Now, please join me in welcoming the speakers for the event today, as the event is about to begin. And without making you all late, let's proceed for the much awaited deliberation. First, I would like to call upon our first speaker of the day, Ms. Madhumita Adhya from Maharashtra, India. We welcome you, ma'am, and the screen is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Am I the first speaker? Wow. Thank you. I was just listening to, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Okay. Good morning to one and all. It's an honor to be called as the first speaker. I was not expecting this. Thank you, Dr. Supriya Pathak. Thank you, Dr. Negi. I was listening to Dr. Vijay Kumar and amazing opening lines. So I hope I can live up to that. So when I was going to think that which goal I should speak for. This goal is something which is very close to my heart. And I would start my deliberation by giving some thought of what is happening around the world. Will there ever be peace in this world? Will we ever have a time where each and every country in the world has a right to live peacefully, coexist in this world? And is it too much to wish that not a single country is engaged in war? Though I'm an optimist, I'm not sure I will witness such a world anymore. With the barbaric act which is being unleashed by Russia on Ukraine since last 51 days, and the horrific human suffering which we witness daily breaks our heart. And what is the fault of those innocent citizens who were just like us, living peacefully? And they are now in the midst of such calamity. Wherever we are, we keep them in our prayers and hope their sufferings end sooner than later. Everyone deserves a life which is free of war and conflict. So today's topic, as we have already discussed, is peace, justice, and strong institution. I would like to start by quoting a poem. This poem is actually a community poem written by students from an institute in US, written by students, not from one school or by a person. It's a community poem, which I found it very interesting, the concept that it's written by many people together. And the poem speaks about our goal 16 beautifully, though it is not intended to be a poem for this occasion. But I think if I read the poem and if I use goal 16 to replace certain words in the poem, it will resonate with all of you. So here it goes. Goal 16 is for the broken, the beaten down, those who have lost hope. Goal 16 is for those who need a hand to rise up, to be inspired to dream, to lift each other's spirits, to make the world better for our children's children, and their children too. Goal 16 is for those whose voices are lost in the fight, those who face violence every day and are afraid. Goal 16 is for those who fight but didn't get to see the difference they made, the one who paved the way for justice. Remember, those who never give up. We know that injustice can be fought, the voices heard, the protests seen, the people understood. Remember the power in our words. Use our power for good. Remember the love you have for others and that they have for you. No, we need to change. We need to change to have complete justice. Almost justice is not enough. We must have justice in every shape and form. Everyone needs to use their voice. What is the language of those? Hate is the language for those who are misguided. Love is the language of those whose path is to peace. One by one, hand in hand, we walk together through the storm. No matter what, we keep dreaming. No matter what, we keep believing. Despite the darkness and despair, we must still be fair. We cannot discriminate, but instead eliminate injustice for all. So these lines aptly describes our goal. And as we know, as we all said, that goal 16 is the fundamental of all goals. Without justice, reduction in violence, effective institution, or tackling of corruption, no other goal, UN goal, is possible. We all need to build up a strong global institute because change is happening across the globe. Coordination among humans is done through institutes. We hear about so many terrible things in the world. Well, despite what you think, fact shows that we have made significant progress in recent years in reducing a lot of world's problems, maybe hunger, maybe poverty, maybe war. Yes, we are inching millimeter by millimeter, inch by inch upon our agreed pursuit of the common goal. For me, I would say I consider now when I was looking at the world scenario that we must embrace global interdependence. Looking inward at our national interest is not going to solve our problems. We cannot afford to look inward. when actions is happening outward. We are now looking at the world when people have started thinking that our interest first. We cannot look only at the country's interest. We need to be interdependent. We need to look for humanity, for everybody to work together. The wiser course of action is to accept and internalize the idea of interdependence. I will end by saying, what can we do as educators? What is the role? How can we incorporate this goal 16 in our students? I have few pointers and I'll end with those. Maintain programs for young boys and girls to make them aware of their role to become a global citizen. Give them a power to envision what their role is. If we tell them that they are able to make the change, they will be able to make the change. Second, I would say, evaluate your relationship. Look for justice and eliminate authoritarianism everywhere possible in our life, wherever we see, even if it's a small injustice happening around our house, around our school, everywhere, we need to stand up and speak for it. That will help to pave the way. Human warmth and diversity promotes peaceful societies, and mediate in conflicts. Not to move away from conflicts and say, oh, it is not my work, so why do I involve in that? Mediate in conflicts between colleagues, between peers, wherever you are, because that will tell you that how big the situation is when you're on a global scale. Let our students get empowered to mediate in conflicts, not run away for them. Collaborate as volunteers, help youngsters to know the right of the people who have minimum resources and who are marginalized in our society. I end my speech by saying, take part in the life of every citizen and be a global citizen. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, dear ma'am, for joining us and for reciting this beautiful poem, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ma'am, would you like to do this?
Yes, sure.
Ma'am, do this.
Do.
Yeah, some little bit. Yeah, on left. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Namrita, please proceed,
Yes, ma'am.
dear.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Wow, that was very informative, Madhumita ma'am. Peace remains a goal for introspective individuals around the world. The poem was indeed very inspiring. An eye for an eye only ends up making the whole world blind, as rightly put up by Mahatma Gandhi ji. Now, please join me in welcoming our second speaker, Dr. Rabia Bhatia from Delhi, India. She holds the Ed Studio channel. A very warm welcome to Dr. Rabia, ma'am. I hand it over to you, ma'am. The screen is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Namrata. Thank you very much. And it is a privilege to be on this platform. Thank you, Dr. Supriya. Thank you, Dr. Seema, for inviting me again on this platform to talk about SDG. Sustainable Development Goals is something very close to my heart. And today I am here to talk about, not about equality education only or gender equality only, but spreading peace, justice, and equality in all the institutions. You know, rightly said by Dr. Our chief guest, actually, Sustainable Development Goal 16 will be happening in case we all take a right path and we all take a charge and responsibility to spread peace. My co-speaker, just now, our first co-speaker, she also rightly spread, take the charge actually. Inform, share this education in the students, within the students, in the schools, in the colleges, because till the time we are not going to share this kind of education with our students in the early childhood, we will not be able to meet the objective of Sustainable Development Goals 2030. As said by our chief guest, that is hardly 8 years are left. And we are on the right path of spreading the awareness. But still, we all know that in some corners of the world, there is no peace, there is no equality, there is no justice. And how we can take ahead all these things, how we can make sure that, yes, there would be a peace. I always say that, and my tagline is always, be the change to bring the change. So till the time we as individuals will not take charge or will not take responsibility of spreading awareness, raising our voices against injustice, we will not be able to see a peaceful world. We will not be able to see happiness around us. It is us who is responsible for the whatever all is happening across us. We talk about the government rules. We talk about that government has not taken right measures. We always talk that yes, that country is not ready to collaborate, or they are not ready to communicate with us properly. But what as we are doing, I always say that we as individuals, one person can actually bring a change. When we are raising our voices, I'm not talking about raise your volume, but raise your voice against injustice. For example, a woman sexually getting assaulted or sexually getting harassed, if she is not ready to take charge and she is not ready to talk about her own rights, how will we make sure that she's getting justice, or how will we make sure that that family is a peaceful family? So it is our responsibility, whether a man or a woman, to talk about the injustice happening in our families, injustice happening in our institutes. We talk about the institutes that yes, right justice is not given to the women. There is no equality in the institutes about gender equality. We talk about gender equality, LGBTQs, or the women empowerment. But what is we are doing actually? We always talk about the problems. Are we ready to find out the solutions? We are. Sustainable Development Goals 2030 has given us a choice, has given us the path to find out the solutions now, and that's what we are doing. And we have, the schools have started empowering the students. But how will we actually bring and meet the objective of Sustainable Development 16 goals, or SDG 2030 goals? Now I would like to say a few pointers here, that how we can impart education about peace in schools, how we can actually take in action the peace in schools. We have to impart education about model kindness and empathy. Repair, but don't punish. Create a democratic space. Use experiential learning. Give a voice to the excluded. Encourage collaboration in diverse groups, irrespective of caste, creed, color, status. Discuss controversial issues. We at times avoid talking about the controversial issues happening around the world with the students, with the kids, but it is not right. We need to inform them. We need to share these issues with the students also. In the early years itself, we need to start training the students so that they can be aware that what is happening, what is going wrong in our society, what is going wrong in our across the culture, so that they can find the solutions and bring peace and happiness and meet the objective of SDG 2030. I would like to take one more point. Take a genuine interest in what your government is doing as an individual. Raise awareness in your community about the realities of violence and the importance of peaceful and just societies. And identify how you can pursue the SDGs in your daily life. It is very important that we should pursue SDGs in our daily life. Daily life equals SDGs. In our houses, we can bring the change so that our societies can see what we are doing as individuals. And yes, exercise your right to hold your elected official to account. Because somewhere we think that it is not right to talk against what is government doing, or what are the electoral officials are doing. But if we keep getting scared and we are in a fear, living in a fearful society, we will not be able to bring peace and spread happiness. So I would like to end here with this statement: good, better, best. Never let it rest till your good is better and your better is best. So we are trying to meet the objective, but yes, it is not the end here. We need to keep working and strive hard in bringing peace in our atmosphere and spread happiness across the globe till it's not there in the society. We can't take a rest. Don't take a rest. Keep striving hard. That is all I would like to say here. I hope I have not exceeded the time, Dr. Supriya. I'm really scared from that.
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. So, dear, would you like to do this?
Yes, sure. Thank you,
Sure.
everyone. Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Supriya, once again. Thank you, Namrata, once again. And Dr. Seema Negi, thank you once again. My deep gratitude to one and all.
Yes. Now, Namrita, please proceed further.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you, Rabia, ma'am. That was directly from heart. The vision of witty gossip to make Earth a better place to live is truly commendable. So let's make Earth a better place to live in. As we all know, unlike any other plans, for Earth, there is no planet B. Peace is not absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle the conflict by peaceful means. I would now like to welcome the speaker, the third speaker for the day, Ms. Humaira Hussain ma'am from Delhi Public School, Udhampur, Jammu and Kashmir, representing India. A very warm welcome to you. I hand it over to you. The screen is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Namrata ma'am. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
You are.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm sharing my screen. Just give me a second.
Ma'am, if you can increase the volume, that's it.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. A very happy morning to one and all present over here. I, Humaira Hussain of Delhi Public School, Udhampur, from Jammu and Kashmir, I am privileged that today I got this opportunity to discuss a very, very important issue. And I really wanted to thank Sanjeevani World School and Witty Gossip for giving this opportunity to all the eminent speakers from all around the world. Today, we are talking about sustainable development goals and why these are important. These are important to build a better future for all. And sustainable development means that we are maintaining the demands of present generation without compromising the needs of the future generation. We need to understand sustainable development cannot go alone. We need to understand there are key areas that needs to focus and they all work together. We cannot imagine the development of people without peace, without partnership, without caring about our planet. So today, my major points to be discussed here is to introduce the Sustainable Goal 16 and what are the various targets and why does it matter a lot and what do we need to do. So, Sustainable Goal 16 is basically to demand for peace, justice, and strong institutions. Because we know just society are very vital for the whole country, for whole world. I really wanted to give the official statements given by Sustainable Goal 16, which is promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. As Dr. V Vijay Kumar sir has already spoken about it, I really wanted to repeat this thing, that sustainable development goals cannot be realized without peace and security, and peace and security will be at risk without sustainable development. Why we are saying this? Because Sustainable Development Goal 16 is closely interlinked with other SDGs. In addition to the direct 12 targets within SDG 16, 24 targets in other SDGs contribute to peace, justice, and inclusion. For example, SDG 4, quality education, targets 7 entails education for human rights and a culture of peace. Progress with SDG 16 will enhance economic growth. Without peace, justice, and inclusion, achieving goals such as ending poverty, ensuring education, promoting economic growth can be difficult, or we can say it's impossible. At the same time, various SDGs can help or hinder the achievements of SDG 16. For example, climate change can act as a threat multiplier and aggravate additional social, environmental, and political stressed conditions that could possibly lead to violence throughout the world. Advancing and ending violence, promoting the rule of law, strengthening institutions, and increasing access to justice are uneven. Millions of people live in insecurity and continue to be deprived of rights and opportunities. Specific indicators that I really wanted to show that why Sustainable Goal 16 matters a lot. We need to understand only 10% of the entire world is at peace. And many countries actually failed to achieve Millennium Development Goal targets by 2015 just because of these armed conflict and instability. We need to understand the real scale of the problem. The rule of law that doesn't give opportunity to every single individual to get the justice. We need to understand that damage caused by armed conflicts is actually harming the human well-being. There are firms that are totally into bribes and contribute to corruption. And we need to understand in 2014, it is given by the relevant UN agencies that 13 million refugees were there. And why these things are happening. I really wanted to show this picture to you. You can easily understand the difference. There's a symbol of peace, and on the other side, you see the conflict. Let me show you something. This is the reality of today's time. In one side of the picture, you will see that people of different culture, different religion, different ideology, different nationality, they are living together happily, enjoying every single right like you and me. But there are parts of the world that are facing a lot of conflicts, violence, violation of human rights. And what are they achieving? What are we people are doing? We need to understand that how much effort is being done to make a nation, better for the people. And just one single war, violence, riots, and anything that can lead to the destruction of a country is actually happening in 21st century. And we need to understand what we are planning for our future generation, what we are teaching to our future generation. We need to understand this also, that armed conflict is really fatal because civilians lost their life in it. They have to do nothing with the political agenda. They have to do nothing what other political leaders or the great leaders of the society thinks about their country. They are losing their life. What is their fault? We need to understand this thing. And because of this, a lot of displacements occur across borders. And this happened. You can see from the picture and you can understand the pain. At a very young age, you and I are enjoying a very good meal and we are enjoying a very luxurious life. And these people struggle to have one day meal. And what is the condition is being done to the country, is being done to the Mother Earth. You need to understand that the number of refugees has been increased from 1950 to 2018. And it is huge in number, 70 million. And it is done by UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR. You need to understand that not only violence of war is contributing to disrupt peace. The other form of violence, like crime, sexual and gender-based violence, they are also a global challenge. We are neglecting these things and we are majorly focusing on war because on a larger scale, we see that these are the things that is damaging the peace of a society. But these things also play a very vital role in disrupting the peace. The intimate partner violence, child abuse, youth violence, hate crime, they are multiplying in number. And especially we're talking about human trafficking, where 70% victims are female, which are objected for sexual exploitation. And we need to understand this thing. The violence against children is being increased. They're subjected to psychological aggression, physical punishment on a regular basis at home in 83 countries. and mostly they are from the developing country. We need to understand that people who are raising voice, they are subjected to violence. Killing of human rights defenders, journalists, trade unions are on the rise. And from 2017 to 2018, the UN recorded and verified 431 additional killings across 41 countries. Why? We need to understand. We have the right to information and we should get. But still, among the 123 countries, the data which is available, 40 does not have a proper right to appeal to be an independent administrative body. So how we can say that the rights of the citizen has been secure? We need to understand these are the things that is damaging the right of human. And the worst is when the institutional violence of unaccountable legal and judicial system, they deprive people for their human rights and fundamental freedoms or all constitute form of violence and justice. You cannot say that violence is just raising an arm. It is also oppressing other human rights also. When we talk about role of media, we know they have the power to shape one's thought. They will help to maintain or disrupt peace. But if they become corrupt, who gonna save us? Who gonna save us? We need to understand peace, development, and human rights are interlinked and they are mutual reinforcing. We cannot separate it. And we cannot think that achieving one will achieve the other. We have to maintain a chain of it. Because once we've started work on it, eventually we'll start to work on two, and the list goes on. So, a lot of things that we have shared. Now, what we can do as a citizen of the global nation. It's not about representing a country. It's all about the earth is, our home. We all belongs to this Mother Earth. So our identity, humans of Mother Earth. So we need to understand, we need to find out the progress, what a country has done, how much we have traveled and how far we have to go. We need to understand this thing. And we need to understand it on the basis of social progress index. Which country is actually, having all these things? And are they actually working on it or not? The basic human needs, nutrition and basic medical care, water and sanitization, shelter, personal safety, and foundations of well-being. When you can access to knowledge, you have the access to info and communication, your health and wellness, ecosystem sustainability, and the opportunity where you will get every single thing equally. So this is the graph. If we only work on one goal, the progress is not very much to be seen. If, a one country improve all of these things and just shift to human well-being and give human well-being a priority, then the social progress index will reach to 67.2. And if all the nations shift their ideology and shift their priority to human well-being, then it will just reach to the goal that we have discussed and we have planned about global goals 2030 targets. And how we can do that? We need to promote the rule of law and ensure justice for all, because in 2018, only 39% of the country had a place in a national human rights institution compliant with internationally agreed standards. So we need to understand, we need to protect freedom of speech and ensure transparency, encourage inclusive decision making at all levels, by discussing it to the all disabled people, women, young migrants, and how we can solve it, we have already discussed. So if everyone just does a little bit, we can change the world to a better place for all. So I might sum up with this thing that we don't need war. Peace is patriotic. We don't need anything. We want peace and equality for all. We need to take actions to transform our world. Peace is what we need to promote. At the end, I would like to quote something which is a definition given by a great leader, the father of our nation, Gandhiji. He actually described peace as a sense of war, sense of inner peace, sense of tranquility, balance in nature, working for social justice. So at the end, I would like to end with this quote. A world of peace can be achieved if we learn and adopt the power of nonviolence as shown by the life of Mahatma Gandhi. Let us join hands together and pray for peace, work for peace, and let live in peace and harmony. Thank you.
Thank you, dear madam, for the wonderful presentation. It's really, really amazing. Means I am just spellbound. It's really amazing. Dear ma'am, would you like to stop sharing?
I have already done that.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, ma'am.
So, ma'am, would you like to do this, our signatures side? Thank you. Thank you, dear ma'am. Thank you very much. So,
Thank you.
without wasting the time, now I would like to request Namrita, please proceed further, dear.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Humaira ma'am, for your powerful deliberation. Peace cannot be attained by force. It can only be attained with mutual understanding. Now, I would like to welcome the fourth speaker of today's session, Mr. Leo H. Abrion from Styplex Learning and Development Training Center from Cebu City, Philippines. Sir, I hand it over to you. The screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Namrata. And also, I would like to take this opportunity, Dr. Supriya, once again for the invitation. And congratulations to all the organizers. By the way, am I audible? Is my voice clear? Okay, thank you so much. So this is, I have been invited by Dr. Supriya, and it is I attended some of the presentations of the several days, but if the time would allow, I should have attended all the 17th, right? And as you see, only few participants are here because as Christians we are this is as Holy Week, we are celebrating Holy Week, and Easter Sunday will be it. So that's why we are on a special holiday this week. But I would like to take this opportunity to share. That's why my presentation will focus on the Philippine perspective in relation to the attainment or the implementation of Goal 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. So allow me to share my presentation. Okay, so that's why I have here the Philippine perspective, because the global peace and sustainable development cannot, the goals, right? The sustainable development goals, the 17 goals could not be achieved without each of the country contributing it. So that's why I am sharing to you how far is the Philippines implementing to attain global peace and sustainability. So Goal 16 focuses on peace, stability, the human rights, effective governance. So that's why in the Philippines, we are not exempted, because we have also, this has been our problem, right? It's almost 60 years, I think 53 years, we have our local communists and terrorists here in the Philippines. They have, we were confused. That's why we are thankful of the present administration, because there is a law that ends local communism. That's and we are inviting or encouraging all of them to go down from the mountain areas. So because they're staying in the mountains, and the victims are those from because they're recruiting our younger generations, especially in universities. Okay, so during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Philippines has revised its Philippine Development Plan. So we have the short-term, the medium term, and the long-term development plan. Because this, the medium term should focus on the administration, because our president will have a 6-year term, which will end this May 30. So we'll have a new administration. We do not know. It's very critical in the Philippines. If you see our news or in media, so it's very critical who would be our next administrator of the Philippines. And the long-term plan is about Ambition 2040, which is the main goal is to end poverty. This covers everything, to attain the sustainable development goals, that's to end poverty. That's why one of this is to no child left behind in terms of quality education. So the coverage of the updated Philippine Development Plan, because this has been revised due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there are revisions and approaches, and based on the present situation, So we have the Philippine Development Plan, building a high trust. Our local dialect, we call it malasakit. Then we have transforming towards equity and resiliency, increasing growth potential, enabling and supportive economic environment, foundations of sustainable development, protecting the rights, promoting the welfare, and expanding opportunities for overseas Filipino workers. My presentation will focus on three components: on attaining just and lasting peace, ensuring public safety and order, and protecting the rights, promoting the welfare, and expanding opportunities of our overseas Filipinos. Because if there are conflicts abroad or outside of the Philippines, we are also affected, and our overseas working in other countries, they're affected, like for example, in Ukraine, in Russia, so they are greatly affected. As I shared a while ago about ambition, so it's in the Philippine language, it's more or less the same with the English. We have ambition natin. So our ambition in 2040, the life we want as Filipinos in relation to contribute for the world peace. So due to COVID-19, there were several revisions on the Philippine Development Plan to keep our long-term strategies responsive to our present realities, because we have to deal with different approaches, the need to recalibrate the actions, especially to our law enforcers. This updated Philippine Development Plan reflects the determination to persevere in the goal of ending poverty and setbacks caused by the pandemic. So the President of the Republic of the Philippines, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, ensures the efficient and timely implementation of the strategies laid out of the plan. And he said, together we can accomplish these goals, and with the cooperation of the Filipino people, eventually we can recover and rise as one nation. So the approval of the Philippine Development Plan was in 2017. This is a year after the present administration took office, and we were challenged with the peace in the country, because we have our Marawi siege in southern Philippines. There was a terrorist attack in Marawi City. So that's why we are now on the process of rebuilding the communities and also the establishments and so on. Anchored on the government's 0 to 10-point agenda. So we have here matatag. So we have strong, maginhawa. So, and then panatag, we have peace, lasting peace. Buhay para sa lahat, life for all Filipinos. And we have to conduct midterm update of the Philippine Development Plan and building on achievements of the present administration. So I have mentioned about the Ambition 2040, which is to end poverty in 2040. And we are guided by the framework of the three pillars. We call it three pillars of the Ambition 2040, which is on malasakit in the local language, which is building a high trust society, pagbabago, transforming towards equity, equality, and resiliency, and patuloy na pag-unlad, increasing growth potential. So this is the government's commitment to deliver adequate, prudent, and timely policies to restore economic opportunities and jobs. And that's why we need to be updated, because we have to deal with different approaches in reaching the goal. According to our Secretary of the Economic Development, we will turn this crisis into an opportunity to recover strongly and collectively build a better normal and a more inclusive society for many years ahead, until our Ambition 2040 vision, where no one is poor, is attained. So our long-term vision is still anchored on the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, which is to remain the same, has become even more pronounced with the emergence of the new threats. So we have to be prepared, because we do not know when will this pandemic end. So embracing our goal in 2040, so the Philippines shall have been a prosperous, predominantly middle-class society where no one is poor. Our people's lives live long and healthy lives, are smart and innovative, and live in a high-trust society. So this is anchored on the 17 UN Development Goals. So here is the structure of our framework based on the Philippine Development Plan and also the revised plan. And I have to consider why I presented earlier about economies, about job opportunities, and all the other aspects. Because according to the Global Peace Index, the economies which have peace environment accumulate more physical and human capital accumulation and enhance to economic growth rapidly. Peace contributes to economic growth by the ways of increasing of productivity in capital and labor, good governance, tourist arrival, and efficient institutions. So, like for example, if there is conflict in a particular area, and there is, especially the Philippines is famous in tourism, uh, that's why we have to consider that all the tourists must be safe when in going to a particular tourist spots or place. So first, I have to consider the attaining just and lasting peace. This is about the realization of our ambition in 2040, which is a collective aspirations of a strong and then resilient and progressive or secured or comfortable life. Then we have peaceful communities can harness the fruits of economic growth through improved access to social services. Because without peace, this can hinder the economic development. So that's why we have a law now that implements to end local communists. So we have the smallest unit, we call it barangay in the Philippines, which implements this particular law. So for the remaining implementation of the plan, interventions in conflict-affected and conflict-vulnerable areas will be sustained while being mindful of the new health protocol. So that's why, to ensure the socioeconomic impact of the pandemic, this will not aggravate the fragile situation in such areas, and that peace-building efforts would contribute. Because as we observe, our local terrorists or communists, they are also taking advantage. That's why when we have cases like transporting vaccinations or vaccines from one side, from the metropolitan area going to the countryside, we have ambushes. So there are problems like that. So we do not know what they wanted the government to do, because they also hinder our implementation, or shall we say our goal to help the local community. So what in the assessment of the Philippine government, so there is an enactment and ratification of the Bangsamoro. So that's why we have separated, because in the Philippines we have also concentrated Muslim countries or areas, like in the southern Philippines, in Mindanao, for example. So there's already a law created. We have a so-called Bangsamoro Organic Law, and then we have the ending of the decades-long conflict with Moro Islamic Liberation Front. Then we have engagement of two groups of Moro National Liberation Front to ensure implementation of the remaining commitments under the 1996 Final Peace Agreement. So it's a long process with peace talks from these groups of people, and then it's very challenging for all of us, even in the local communities. So what are the challenges for this to attain just and lasting peace? We have the COVID-19 pandemic has challenged because we are challenged with the physical and virtual accessibility, like lack of internet access, low level of capacity to use technology. So like for example, in southern Mindanao, there is really a great problem in terms of connectivity, internet connectivity. New policies such as health protocols and quarantine restrictions are also part of the barrier in the implementation. And we have the pandemic has increased vulnerabilities and limited capacities for the poor. Then we have our strategic framework focuses on the government remains committed in pursuing efforts to effective implementation of signed peace agreements, continuous delivery of various peace and development interventions in conflict-affected and conflict-vulnerable areas. So we have here the illustration about how to end just and lasting peace to attain this. Strategies to attain this goal is to successfully negotiate and implement peace agreements with all internal armed conflict groups, and protect and develop communities in conflict affected and conflict vulnerable areas. Okay. So another is ensuring public safety and order. So this covers the overview of this is the realization of the Filipino people's long-term vision, which is environment that is safe, secure, and orderly. And also the government's duty here is to ensure that all Filipinos feel secure to walk and travel all places in the country, as what I have said, because Philippines is famous in tourism. So we have foreigners coming in. At least now we are already, we allowed foreigners already to get in the country. Then as the country pursues greater economic development, it is imperative that the government safeguards national interest, territory, at the same time, sovereignty. So we have here assessment. We have, because as of now, I know this has been, this is a world already known information that we have the ASEAN-China Code of Conduct in the South China Sea, and then we have also the single draft code of conduct, and then we have the holistic approach involving community and civil society groups, which is the campaign of against illegal drugs. So as we compare for the past 6 years, there is an improvement in relation to drug-related crimes. So this institutionalized the Philippine anti-illegal drugs strategy. What are the challenges? So we have to manage conflict and reduce tensions among claimant states. That is about our issue in the South China Sea. And we have also emerging and non-traditional threats such as radicalization, violent extremism, and increasing risk to disasters and health hazards. As I do not know if you have watched or heard or that we have typhoons we have series of landslides in the Philippines just a few days ago, and then we have I think more than 100 what you call this persons or victims who died because they were affected by the landslides. We have to
Sir
consider
Leo,
also
yeah,
yes ma'am.
Sir Leo, actually you are exceeding with the time, sir.
Yes
So
ma'am, okay,
please try to sum up, sir. Right.
yes ma'am. Okay, so to sum it all, I would like to have this uh, in we have also to protect our OFWs or overseas Filipino workers. And I would like to end this presentation with this. This is mentioned already by the previous speaker, to promote peaceful and inclusive society for sustainable development. So we have to show compassion and strong moral compass, which is essential to every democratic society. However, persecution, injustice, and abuse still runs rampant and is stirring at the very fabric of civilization. Therefore, we must ensure that we have strong institutions so we do not just collaborate within our country. I would like to thank this opportunity that we go together, we discuss together about peace, about the UN development goals, the global standards of justice, and commitment to peace everywhere. So thank you so much for this opportunity. God bless everyone.
So could you please stop sharing?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I'm giving you a spotlight, sir. Just hold on. Yes. So, okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your thoughtful presentation, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now, Amrita, please proceed further, dear.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Leo, sir, for the elaborate and such an informative deliberation. We can see the efforts at all levels in all the countries that is taking place with such positive attitude. Yes, we all have to be prepared. The world would be a paradise of peace and justice if global citizens shared a common definition of love, which would guide our thoughts and actions. The ultimate test of man's conscience may be his willingness to sacrifice something today for the future generations whose words of thanks will not be heard. We have to think for our future generations. Now, I would like to welcome the next speaker for the day, Dr. Go Lisan Vati SHM Hum from the University of Surabaya, Ubaya, and the IOER representative, Surabaya, Indonesia.
Yeah,
I hand it over the screen to you. The screen is all yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Namrita ma'am. And am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yeah. Okay, I would like to prepare my slide first. Okay, good day from Indonesia to all of respected speakers, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for with the Gossip Association in alliance with the eminent university and organization in the world to make this wonderful Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit 2022 happen. I'm Golis Tanawati from the Faculty of Law, University of Surabaya. So I will start, I would like to focus my presentation with the title of Anti-Corruption Education for Young Generation to Strengthen the SDGs in Peace, Justice, and Strong Institution. I will start my presentation through inform you how the Indonesian SDG 16 roadmap to 2030. Through Indonesian National Development Planning Agency, the Indonesian government tried to manifest and translate this SDGs number 16 into some indicators. First is Anti-Corruption Index, the second one is Indonesian Democracy Index, and the third is children under age 5, whose births are registered by a civil registration agency. And my topic today, I would like to highlight the Anti-Corruption Index. And if I still have a time later, I will show how our university and the faculty try to mold these students also in the character. So from the Anti-Corruption Index, our government also try to focus on 2020 to 2024 with the strengthening of anti-corruption system. And in 2024 to 2030, we are trying to optimize the public and law enforcement and state apparatus integrity. So this is the Corruption Perception Index of Indonesia from year to year. In the past decade, Indonesia has shown promising progress in its anti-corruption effort. This effort includes deregulation, establishing the Corruption Eradication Commission, also issuing Presidential Regulation number 54 of 2018 concerning the National Strategy for Corruption Prevention. This effort has succeeded in improving public perception of corruption. According to the Transparency International data, Indonesia has a stable corruption perception index from 26 to 2000 in 2008 and 238 in 2018. And in 2021, we have 38 index. So this CVI is as a tool of preventing corruption, which is widely used by various stakeholders. Why do we have to, So this is the Anti-Corruption Behavior Index. The Anti-Corruption Behavior Index 2021 of Indonesia is 3.88 on a scale of 0 to 5. This figure is higher than the 2020 achievement, which is only 3.84. The index value closer to 5 indicates that people are increasingly anti-corruption, whereas the index value closer to 0 indicates that people are increasingly permissive toward corruption. In the right side of this presentation, this is the target of government that we want to achieve in 2030, which is we want to achieve the 4.05, the index of anti-corruption behavior through the business as usual intervention, scenario, and also 4.5 for the anti-corruption behavior through the intervention scenario. Just for information that this Indonesian anti-corruption behavior based on 2 dimensions, namely the perception dimension and also the experience dimension. In 2021, our perception index value is increased 0.15 compared to the 2020 achievement. And but on other hand, the 2021 experience index, it is decreased slightly by 0.01 points. So from this statistic, then we want to know, why do we must fight against corruption? Corruption is an abuse of power that aims to enrich ourselves or a group. Corruption will reduce the effectiveness of public policies, hinder economic growth, and reduce the quality of public services. In addition, corruption also eliminates public trust in government institutions. From this condition, according to Indonesian Corruption Watch report, the financial losses because of corruption in Indonesia is in the first semester of 2021 is around 26.83 trillion Indonesian rupiah, with the total loss is increasing around 63%, with the total corruption cases that have been revealed by the law enforcement officer in the same period is 209 cases, and the total 482 suspects are brought to the court. But unfortunately, Indonesian Corruption Watch has already reminded these cases that has been handled by the law enforcement is only around 19%, and it is with A rank or meant as terrible. What is prevention on corruption? According to Robert Klitker, it will discuss about how to need to change the institutional corrupt culture, need to mobilize and coordinate a variety of resources inside and outside government, and also we have to think in terms of corrupt system instead of corrupt individuals. This is the method of prevention and eradication of corruption method that has been developed by many countries, but I put focus on Indonesia. We have already developed a legal approach, business approach, and market approach. As we know that eradication of corruption is a long process that requires support from various parties, which can be carried out through law enforcement, recruitment of public officials with a merit system that emphasizes integrity, credibility, and track record, and also fostering a value system and anti-corruption behavior since early childhood education. So as we know that legal approach is a prompt result, but it is high cost, and also there's a public distrust because of a high number of cases that involving the legal officer in the corruption cases. Through business and market approach also. But what we have to do now is try to build the culture approach or by strengthening the individuals on anti-corruption through education. It is a long process and low cost, but it is long lasting. This is what is the anti-corruption education core issues actually. It is how to make the formal education institution established as a stable institution for anti-corruption education. It is not expensive and it doesn't massively increase the government budget, but it is easy to implement it systematically and continuously. And we can assume that this is as an investment of the nation in the long term. So we can start by putting this through our students also to make to understand and to realize how we have to aware about the corruption. This is a correlation between anti-corruption education and prevention. Anti-corruption education is an education program on anti-corruption purposefully to build and increase citizen awareness against corruption. And it tries to build anti-corruption character, that we are able to diagnose and understand what is corruption, to prevent ourselves from not conducting corruption, and the last, we have to prevent other people from not conducting corruption. So in the end of my presentation, we will try to put this awareness again. To fight corruption means that we have to be the one who helps to build a better society. For the rest, 2 slides here. This is just the video of my class activity that I have been developed this anti-corruption education since 2016, but it is still ongoing because it is a long process. But from this video, I can share that our students has already tried to understand. At least corruption can be prevented by reducing our bad character, such as like if you want to get a high value, high score in the exam, just try to study hard, not by giving what is bribery or something like gift to the lecturer and something like that. How to manage time also. So thank you for listening, and also allow me to present the specific topic of anti-corruption. And I hand over the time back to Ms. Namrita. Thank you so much and have a blessed everyone.
Thank you, dear. Thank you very much for your thoughtful presentation. Would you like to do this? Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. So,
Thank you.
Namrita, yeah, Namrita, please proceed further, dear.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful deliberation. Corruption is a cancer that eats away a citizen's faith in democracy, diminishes the instinct for innovation and creativity. Now, I would like to call upon the next speaker for the day, the advocate Vaishali Rode from Thane, Maharashtra, India. Ma'am, I hand it over to you. The screen is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, greetings from India. Namaste, Advocate Vaishali Rodi here. So I want to thank each and everyone who are like doing a great job to spread peace, justice. We cannot hope for sustainable development without peace, human rights, and effective governance based on the rule of law. For that, we need to promote the rule of law, human rights. This is the process key to make our world, our globe, peace and justice. When I was studying my PG, I read in international law on human rights, the theories. I would like to share one theory with you, and I'm really, I follow that rule, monism. Monism and monists believe that all individual souls are created from the Supreme Soul and ultimately merge with Supreme Soul after death. We believe that the internal and international legal system form a unity. So, by way of treaties, which determines whether actions are legal or illegal, the act of ratifying an international treaty immediately incorporate that international law in national law. Because we all are one. We, each and every person on this globe, want a peace, want to live in a peace. So why there is fighting? Because each and every one wants that this is mine. Why not we think this is our? We are human beings. We want to live. And that is what the Sustainable Development Summit is doing. And Dr. Vijay Kumar, our chief guest, very well said, this summit is a solid foundation. We are not like, we need not to wait for till 2030. Why not we start from now? So for all this peaceful life, we need to educate children. We need to stop child labor. Even whatever the decision taken by the government should be fair enough. It's transparent. And you have to provide legal identity to each and every one. because there are lots of countries where still the birth registration is not there. So we have to promote it. I'm not taking much time because this is a vast, we need to discuss a lots and lots in this topic, because the human beings, the animals, everywhere want a peace. So strengthen national institution to prevent violence, combat organized crime, and illicit financial arms flows. We need to develop that, because if international law and national law collaborate and to change, you have to follow the rules and regulation. But if we can merge and think about the beneficial, whatever in the history also, so we have to consider, we have to respect each and every country's laws, but still for the peace and justice, yes, we have. Each and every person take a genuine interest in what our government is doing, raise awareness in our community about the realities of violence and importance of peaceful life. So on this note, I just want to say thank you to our Dr. Supriya ma'am, Dr. Seema ma'am, to giving me this platform to share my thoughts, share my small words to for the peaceful world, to make our globe peaceful and justice to each and every one by fighting together. So we can make it change. We are the change makers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear ma'am. Thank you very much for your short and crisp speech, ma'am. Thank you very much. And here I would like to request all the dignitaries present here, all the guest of honors and all the guest speakers, please take care about the time, because if you are going to exceed the time, so you are not eligible to for the A award certificate. This is powered by the Global Pride Excellence Awards and the Global Empowerment Awards 2022. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, dear ma'am. Thank you very much for your thoughtful speech, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, would you like to do this? Yes.
Yes, sure.
Yes. Thank you, dear sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Namrita, please proceed further.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Advocate Vaishali Rode, ma'am, for sharing your insights on peace. As it's so rightly put up by Robert Swan, the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. We now have to make choices. It's an urgent call to everyone to take action and spread awareness. Awareness is very important. And we are doing the same with today's deliberations. Yes, our next speaker for the day is Manoranjan Dash from Imperial College, Barga, Odisha, India. I hand over the screen to you. The screen is all yours. Thank you.
I would like to request technical team, please make co-host Manoranjan sir.
Hearty welcome to Manoranjan sir. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
I would like to request again, technical team, please make co-host Manoranjan sir. I think there is a problem with the technical team. Here again, I would like to request technical team, please make co-host Manoranjan sir. Yes, perfect. Yes, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Okay, ma'am. So, very beautiful evening. Good morning to everyone. I'm really thankful that I got a chance to having share my idea with such intellectual people who are talking about peace, justice, and who are the institutions they can secure this. So first, I want to introduce myself that I'm pursuing my graduation in political science, and I have the idea. Actually, I always eager to think about to how to ensure the peace and justice in the state. And this questions makes me so curious to find out the solutions. And I want to share my ideas about that this process actually. So the thing is that this is not we are talking about right now. It's from the ancient times. Peoples are talking about to how to ensure peace actually. From Western political thought to its Indian political thought everywhere, the philosophers are talking about to ensure the peace and the security and the preservations of states, and how to ensure the rights of the individuals in a state. So basically, there are many things I hear actually, and that all these things that corruptions, humans, nature, mainly problematic for this earth, and it creates unpeaceful and injustice in the society. But before that, I want to share my some questions with all of you that what is peace actually? How we can define this? What is justice? How can we define this? And who is the institution that ensure that this is the justice and this is the actual definition of peace? So that is the biggest question, I think, because without the proper definition, it's very difficult to understand these concepts and to find out the solutions of these problems. The UN is thinking about it to solve all those problems, and we are thinking about the rights. Okay, natural rights, human rights, legal rights, political rights, economical rights. Many rights were evolved to protect all those things. But at the same time, these rights also can't ensure the peace and justice in the society. Why? Why these things happen? Just can we force, can a law force someone to establish peace in the society? Can a institution do that? It's all about to the human consciousness, that when he realizes that, or she realizes that, no, this is my responsibility to not to do wrong with anyone, and I have to start practice the right values in the society. And again, the problem is that the values, okay, we have a conflicts again. That the thing is that we have differentiation of values, like moral value and ethical value. It changes from culture to culture, it's from region to region, and it changes from nation to nation. Like what the ethical value for someone else, it may not be for me. What is the moral value of that society may not be mine society it belongs to. So again, I want to share my idea about to how to preserve the peace and the justice in the society, is that it's the only way education. It's only education is the way to solve all those problems that is going on society at the state too. And it is the responsibility of the state to ensure all these things that can actually evolve the human brain to understand that what the thing is actually. Because when we are in the 21st century, we have a lot of desires, we have a lot of expectations, we have a lot of things we are having an idea about our future generation or the upcoming generations. But it can be ensured only when only is the way is education. Education is such an important thing that makes you to understand the exploitations continuing in the society. Because like before, we are not talking about animal rights. Okay, now we are talking about animal rights also. They have also rights to live in this earth. Okay, so how we are evolving the rights and the understanding of what is peace and what is justice is also evolving. So it's a very difficult thing to elaborate those things and to define those things to that what is justice and what is peace. And we have a differentiation of opinion. And my idea of to solve all those problems is philosophy. The philosophy is the base of the all those things, and the philosophy can only solve all those problems that are continuing in the society. Okay, so the philosophy is to differentiation of opinion. We need to talk. Okay, like I have a problem with my friend, so I just go to talk to him that this is the problem with you, and can you solve it? We just to make this peace and harmony within our relationships. And it's all up to your mindset that how you think and how you take all those things. Yes, still corruption is going on, still illegal practices is going on, still many things that is not ethically correct. It's practiced by the state and it also by the individual also. But we are have to be positive towards all those things to solve all those problems. And family is the base of the institutions. We are talking about child exploitations of that girls childs, boys childs. We need to equality. We should talk about the gender equality. We should talk about the equity in the society, distribution of economy, distributions of employment, distribution of education, because there is always a hierarchical structure in the society. There is always, and I think that it may be continue also, because the scarcity of resources is always in history, in present, and maybe in the future also, because day by day our human desires is also developing. So family is the base of that all those things, and family can solve all those things. Like Plato gave that all philosophies about education. Okay, and we are confused about the philosophies and philosophers because it changes from time to time. Okay, so also we need to think about all those things. We need to talk about all those things, and this is a good platform actually that we are talking about all those things. And I'm thankful to Dr. Supriya Pathak ma'am that she is continuing, and I also to the GPSDS organization that their revolutionary state is that, because it's a revolutionary, we are talking about in a global level that what peace and justice is. So it's a great thing, ma'am, and I just thank you to give me this opportunity and platform to understand. So thank you so much, ma'am. And this is all I want to share my idea about peace and justice. And I think I share my time also, right? Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you very much, sir, for your short and crisp speech, sir. Thank you very much. So, would you like to do this?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So, Namrita, without wasting time, please proceed further, dear.
Yes, ma'am. As rightly quoted by Pratibha Patil, ma'am, corruption is the enemy of development and of good governance. It must be got rid of. Both the government and the people at large must come together to achieve this national objective. Thank you, Manoranjan sir, for sharing your insights for today's deliberation. You cannot get through a single day without having an impact on the world around you. What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of a difference you want to make. I now call upon the next speaker for today, Hardina Dwi ma'am, Nurfika ma'am from Jakarta, Indonesia. Ma'am, I hand it over to you. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. Am I audible right now? Yes. Okay. First of all, thank you so much for Dr. Supriya Pathak and also the Witty Gossip Association for allowing me to be here. Now I'm going to share my short screen. Many speakers already have explained a really great explanation about peace, justice, and strong institutions. So now I'm just going to explain more a little bit. So our point today is the meaning itself and peace within ourselves. How can we improve and call to actions? Okay, so what does the peace mean? Maybe you have heard from the previous speakers. By my point of view, it means that not having worry about anything, your well-being, your health, your mental health, or anything that belongs to yourself deserve to get peace. For example, you should feel safe and protected by the local police and institutions. It will be best if you don't have to worry about being judged based on your skin color, based on your gender, and it will be best if you don't have to worry about being persecuted or discriminated against the people based on their gender identity, sexual orientation, or even maybe religion, because we all deserve to get peace, justice, and strong institution in this world. And strong institution really governed by the laws, like another speakers have explained it before. And it means like they don't discriminate against people based on their religion, gender identity, or skin color even. And sorry. Okay, like we have talked so many times before, peace, justice, and strong institution actually such a most important pillars in our society, because realize it or not, they are not independent. They are really connected to each other, and they have really contributed to each other. And we have to really make sure that we need to raise awareness about the correlation, the connection between these three important pillars, because these pillars actually what make up the country, right? Because if we don't have stable peace, justice, and strong institution, then the country will be maybe in the bad situation, or that will affect to the world as well. So if we don't pay attention, peace, justice, and strong institution in our society, then it's absolutely gonna make imbalance in our life, because yeah, we can't really rely on one point because they are not really independent. And strong justice system means that the local government, for example, they have to ensure that they, for those people who really break the law rules and they get punished. But maybe these days it's not really a secret that so many places, so many institutions, that seems really difficult to put a fair justice. And if we notice it, actually, if there is a fair justice, then it's going to make our society less crime rates as well. And also it means if we have less crime rates, then the violence in this world also is going to decrease as well. And okay, if we want to talk about peace, if we want to make impact, make change, and ask other people to make peace, we have to make sure that we have that peace within ourselves, especially in this chaos situation where really everything seems out of control in some areas. But we have to really maintain our well-being first. And there are 4 points that I'm going to share how we make peace within ourselves. The first is take time to go outdoors. Instead of scrolling media for hours, take a step outside, because fresh air has a relaxing effect that can help you center yourself and stay in the present moment. Like if we try to be well-informed citizen, it's really correct. But well-informed citizen, it doesn't mean that you have to talking too much. You have to spend dumping scrolling media for maybe 1 hour, 2 hours nonstop. If you want to be a well-informed citizen, that you just need to make sure that you find the information, the news from the right sources, the trusted one, without even max the point from all of the sources on social media. And the next is contact those who have been affected if it's possible. Why? Because realize it or not, if we see, if we watch in the news, there are so many false information. That is why it's really important for us to make sure that we get the information for the best one or the trusted sources. And showing compassion and provide moral support to those affected by the crisis helps you to shift your focus away from yourself and towards others. And it's really gives you peace unless you forget to set boundaries. Remember that if you try to contact those people who have been affected, you have to also realize that what kind of personality that you're having in yourself. Because if you don't set boundaries and listen what other people talk or their experiences, then it might burn out for yourself. That's why it's really important that before we try to contact other people who will have been in crisis, we have to set strong boundaries to protect ourselves. Then the third one is get rid of catastrophic thinking, because concentration on what if can lead to a downward cycle of negativity and worry, and the obsessive worry really serves no purpose, especially when the dispute is beyond your control. It's okay to make a prediction about what's going on in this world, but concentrating in what if A, what if B, what is C, it's really such a waste of time. And we don't really have to do that, because we have to maintain our really self-peace and also well-being before we try to gather all of the peace in this world. And the last one is practice mindfulness and meditation, because it helps feel more in the present moment, understanding that while you cannot control what occurs in the future, you are safe in the present moment. And if we are in the catastrophic thinking, we make such a point in our mind, like what if B, what if C, what if D, then we are not fully in the present moment, and really gives such a stress or even anxiety for us. That's why it's really important to practice mindfulness, and being in the present is really important in this chaos situation, because one event, it's absolutely makes a big impact, a big effect to another point. Even though maybe let's say there's crisis, there are some crisis in another place, then we can't be blind. We have to admit it, that it really affects to us, maybe directly or indirectly. So we have to make peace within ourselves, because it's really important to maintain our well-being first in order to make a change, to make a better world. So how can we improve the peace, justice in social and strong institutions? Learn as much as you can about what your local government is doing, and the SDGs can be achieved in your daily life if you educate yourself and then your community about the realities of violence and the need for peaceful society. Why we have to educate ourselves first? Like our speakers have mentioned it before, we really have to pay attention and put really strong point in what actually is going on in our situation or in our circumstances, because if we don't educate ourselves enough, then we might get blundered, we might get into the trap that we actually don't want to be in it. And we can work together to make the world a better place. It starts with thinking critically about our work and how it impacts the people and communities around us, both locally and globally. And it's not just businesses that have a responsibility to be accountable. We all do. Students also make really great peace and also justice in the school, for example, and then family also have to maintain peace, justice at home, and so many companies also have to consider about it as well. So we all do have the same responsibility to bring awareness, to raise awareness, and to make a better world. Okay, and we can contribute peace, justice, and strong institutions by strengthening democratic values and making sure they have applied in equitable way. The problem is the gap that have been in many countries, including my own country, Indonesia. It's because it seems like they don't put it in equitable way. It seems like there's a huge gaps, there's a small gaps on whatever it is. They just make in not in equitable way, but we have to put in equitable, because really, if we don't put in equitable way, we are going to trap ourselves in another problem. This includes listening to all voices, even those who are poor or vulnerable, while respecting the other points of view of everyone involved. Like if we try to shut down our people's opinion, if we try to stop maybe the young generation to speak up about their mind, about their point of view, about their disagree, maybe then we cannot really make a better country, which means that it's going to delay to make a better world as well, because it's really connected to each other. And the last one is call to action. I know there are so many problems in the world that need solving. For some people, it can feel overwhelming to get involved and make a difference, but don't give up. There are a lot of ways we can work together to make a change, because it's better to try than not at all. I've heard like people on social media randomly like, I'm introvert and I can't really join it. Not only extrovert who is going to involve in such an action to make a difference in this world. All of kind of people, like whether you are introvert or extrovert, you really can make an impact, but you have to know where you are going to put your energy, where you're going to put your concern in it. And an easy way to get started is by joining an organization that does what you care about. Because if we want to change something, it's not a secret. It's kind of impossible, maybe, even though we have a strong willpower for achieving it. But if we do that together with other people, especially those people who are in the same interest, that in the same concert, then everything is possible by doing it together, because we can really achieve and make a small chunk what kind of the things that we need to achieve first. We can also share our opinions, and it's really important to be in the same organization with those people who are in the same interest, because it makes you more focused on what kind of the things that you want to achieve. That's why it's really important to join an organization if you really want to make an action in order to make a better place, better change in this world. And thus, we can foster sustainable growth, which help us improve peace, justice, and strong institutions. When we set clear goals for economic prosperity for everyone, tackle climate change, and protect natural resources for future generation. Because if we don't try to do it or don't try to make change as soon as possible, then another problem might come without even our intention to face it. That's why it's really important to take action from now on, and to pay attention that we have to raise awareness and make peace from ourselves first, and then try to spread it for your community, for people around you, because it might give their delight vibes, and it's really going to impact in well-being. So thank you so much. I think that's all enough for my short presentation. And thanks for all the times and attention here. I'm going to wait. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you so much for paying attention to my short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Dear, would you like to do this? Please switch on your camera. Dear Hardiana? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Would you like to do this? Right. Yes. Thank you very much, dear. Thank you very much for joining us, for presenting your views on Sustainable Development Goal 16. So without wasting time, Namrita, please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Harjaina, ma'am, for sharing your insights for Global Goal 16, Peace and Justice. With such a beautiful PPT and simple words, you have spoken so beautifully on this goal. History has been a proof of the thousands of wars which have taken place in all periods at different levels between nations. It is after the thousands of destructive wars and humans have realized the importance of peace. Earth needs peace in order to survive. I now call upon our next speaker for the day, Mr. Jay Prakash N. Satapathy from Imperial College, Barga, Odisha, from India. Sir, I hand it over to you now. The screen is all yours. Thank you.
I would like to request technical team, please make co-host Jai Prakash and Satapathy. Here again, I would like to request technical team, please make Jai Prakash and Satapathy from Imperial College. Yes, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Just a minute.
Check your audio. There's a lot of screeching sound from that end.
Sir, actually we are unable to hear you. We are unable to listen you, sir. Sir, you have joined with the Haripriya Sahu ma'am login ID. So I would like to request technical team, please make co-host Haripriya Sahu.
I think you have entered through two devices. So just mute one of the devices.
Sir, you have to mute your one
No, no,
device.
1 minute.
Yes, sir. Can we proceed, sir?
Hello.
Sir, you have to stop, sir, one device. You have to mute, sir, one device.
1 minute. 1 minute. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So there's still an echo.
It is okay now.
Much better.
Yes. Actually, my mobile was on. That is the creating problem.
Yeah, you can start your deliberations, sir. Over to you.
Okay, no problem. Just a minute.
So before starting, I would like to request, sir, other guest speakers are also waiting. So we have to take care about the time limit, sir. For your speech, we have a time limit of 4 to 5 minutes. For
Okay.
presentation, we have a time limit of 10 minutes, sir.
Okay, so before I start the goal 16, the sustainable development goal is dedicated for the promotion of peaceful and inclusive society for sustainable development and justice for all, building effective and institutions. So my point here is how the institutions are working for the peace. Because if the institution will work, as far as the questions of national institutions are concerned, that were working very nicely. But if we talk of international institutions, you must see now most of the international institutions are failed to provide justice for the peace. The most recent example is Russia-Ukraine war. You have seen the organization like International Court of Justice has asked to stop the war. No impact. The war is on now on 52nd days. Thousands of people are dying. United Nations had several times passed resolutions to stop the war, to make peace, to make dialogue. But the consequence is yet to see. So what 16 is telling, and for 16 what we have to do for SDG 16, we have to do several points which I want to share with you, and these points should be obeyed by all the stakeholders, means the nations, all the stakeholders. And if all the stakeholders will not obey these points, then it may not possible for anyone, any country, any leader to make it possible. So we want to be a success. Why we are talking about this here in this forum? Because we want to make SDG 16 a successful formula for the world. That's why we are talking here. That is the reason why we are talking here. So, SDG cannot deliver by any single community or group. National government will have the greatest impact, but many actors will be important in making a leap forward to achieving this goal. The question is whether those actors will enhance the impact of each other efforts. Many wars are fought between people only for their ego, for the ego of the president of a country, for the ego of the prime minister of a country. Many wars were fought for a leader only, for satisfaction of his own ego. So the challenge set out above call for an emphasis of political influence and education. People should raise their voice. The country which are fighting with each other, the people of that country should think of peace. The people of Russia should now talk for peace. Then only we can achieve this goal, SDG 16. We must have a total public outlook, a total public voice that war is not a solution to anything. It is not important who will join NATO, who will not. What happens if Ukraine will join NATO? The ultimate what happening? People are dying. 49 lakhs people already left Ukraine. They are now refugees. Every day people are dying. So what kind of peace? What kind of institutions we have? What kind of international institution we have which failed to stop a war? So it is the time. It is the time to rethink. It is the time to rethink on public opinion. The country which are fighting, the country where now there is no peace, the institutions of that country also have a role. Don't think the Russian parliament don't have any role in the war. Only Putin have a role. The Russian parliament have also a role in this war. Their institution, their national institution have also a role in this war. They should also work to bring peace. We have to strengthen our international institutions so that every country will obey them. Then only peace will enhance. We have to do that. And if we will fail to do that, we have to see many wars in future like Russia, Ukraine. We have to see many wars. There are tensions prevailing in everywhere in the world. So everyone should work. There should not be any war. There should not be any destructions of mankind. This is most important. All international forums should work that this Russia-Ukraine war is the last war in the history. There is no war in future. No death, no refugee, nothing. So for that, the role of national institution is not only important. The role of national institution is not only important. The role of international institution is also important. We have to make the world equal economic zone. So all the war were fought only for economic reason. Only they are showing their power so that the other will obey them. Then what is the role of the equality? We must work, all the organizations, including this global forum, should work for an end of war between the nations. There should not be any war in future. And this sustainable development goal for peace, for the role of national institution, should work. The national institutions should work to make international institutions more powerful. Because if international institution will be more powerful, then only there will be a peace in the region, and the actual humanity will grow, and will not see in future, today there is a bombarding, today there is a missile, day after tomorrow there is an atomic war. We should not talk about all of this. This should be a history. This should be a history. There should be a total disarmament. Why a country will spend 30%, 40% of their budget for making arms? What is the use?
Sir, sorry to disturb you, but actually you are exceeding with the time. Because for the address and the speech, we have the time limit of 4 to 5 minutes only, sir.
Okay, madam. Last line.
Yes.
Thank you. So it is the time. I request all national institutions through this forum to make all international institutions having more power, so that every country will obey them. And whenever there is a situation like Russia and Ukraine, there should be intervention from the international organizations, so that peace will prevail in the world. And I hope, I wish this should be the last war in the world history. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. Sir, would you like to do this?
Hello.
Sir, would you like to do this, sir? Joining hands? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. So, Namrita, we will go with the Aslam Khan, sir, first.
Sure.
He is the global convener. Yeah, he is the global convener of the Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, Bihar.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yes. So, Aslam Khan, sir, now the stage is yours, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you very much.
We welcome you, sir.
Namaskar, very good morning to each and everyone. First, I offer my sincere thanks to Witty Gossips, especially Dr. Supriya Pathak, for organizing such a wonderful summit. I am also thankful to various national and international organizations to be a part of this highly important summit. Dr. Supriya is my family friend, and I'm well aware of her energy, zeal, dynamism, and her nature to took and raise the challenges and problems of the society. So this summit is a pointer to the fact I am saying. So this 17 days goal-based Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit for discussing secure environment to achieve a better and more sustainable future is covering all the aspects of sustainability, including human and social aspects of sustainability, with a special focus on economic sustainability, environmental sustainability issues. So the galaxy of 270 speakers from the 72 countries, including 70 international organizations, having deliberations to bring peace and sustainability in the highly unequal society. When I talk of peace here, I will quote here Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King says, peace is more important than all justice. And peace was not made for the sake of justice, but justice for the sake of peace. And again, Eisenhower, he said that peace and justice are the two sides of the same coin. We cannot separate justice and peace. So the justice is a concept of moral rightness. It is based on the ethics, rationality, law, natural laws, of course, religion, equity, and fairness, and as well as the administration of the law, taking into the account the inalienable and inborn rights of the all human beings and citizens, the right of all peoples and individuals to equal protection before the law. And when we are talking of the right of the all human beings, all living beings' right must be covered for a lasting peace. But see the state of justice in the modern time, that how costly it has been if we talk of economic justice, if we talk of environmental justice, if we talk of gender justice, if we talk of social justice, especially in the developing world. So this is a highly alarming situation in the developing world, or in when we talk of the United Nations, the Sustainable Development Goals. So in previous years, the United Nations has engaged in a series of procedures to strengthen its ability to perform its core function. The core objective of the United Nations was to save the succeeding generation from the scourge of war. When we see beyond the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and its groundbreaking goal on peaceful and just and inclusive societies, the peace building process or the mechanism, the women, peace and the security agenda, the focus on the youth and peace building. I will quote here Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He says he stressed on the prevention and the recent birth of the sustaining peace agenda, that having brought about the deep reflection of the United Nations role in the modern era. But since we are talking of the strong institutions, but the question emerges now, the institutions we are talking of are really strong? Because all these institutions are having a collective responsibility of the whole world. When we are talking of the collective responsibility of the whole world, then all nations come into it directly or indirectly. Now the question comes that how the structure of these institutions are running. What are the big challenges that we are facing? That that United Nations peace efforts that has been mentioned by United Nations itself, that these are number one, geopolitical aggression, and these conflicts are becoming protracted by intense rivalries between the global powers. We can see the rivalry between the China and USA. Then previously we have seen like USSR and USA. So these kind of the rivalry, they are giving birth to more conflict in the various regions of the world. We can take the example of the Middle East, like Syria, Yemen are the example. These countries are almost finished. So the second one is the practice of the relabeling conflicts as counter-terror struggle. Like we have seen the discourse of the terrorism in the modern time. So this discourse of the terrorism is highly, that contested, because the people who are defending their territory, they are being termed as terrorists, or the aggressor countries who are bombing them for the sake of the economic goals, they are the defenders or the terrorists. So there is a serious question on that. So United Nations is also unable to define such kind of the boundaries, that what to do in this regard. So the legacies of the military interventions and the regime change. So regime change has been a frequent practice of the superpowers, because we have seen in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, everywhere we have seen how if there is no favorable regime, they are more recently we have seen in Pakistan. So these kind of the things, they are a serious challenge to democracy, human rights, individual rights, the people's right, because someone else controlling their own fate. So this is the main problem. The next one is the panic over the these wars and aggression is resulting into the forced displacement of the people. You see the problem of the refugees in the modern time. It is one of the serious challenge for all the nations of the world. And you have seen the result that UK has been come out from this European Union, Brexit. You might have seen this whole discourse. Then this humanitarian, this human values or the humanitarianism is struggling. That that once you are displaced, once you are a refugee, you can see here the problem of the Rohingyas from Myanmar, the other problems we are seeing. And this is the biggest challenge rather than the problem of the war. So problem when we say that, I will quote here Aristotle. Aristotle says that at his best, man is the noblest of all animals, he referred, and separated from the law and justice, he is the worst. So the problem of today that all international institutions are under severe challenge due to the changing world order or the changing power scenario, because the behavior of the state from globalism to individualism has posed a great challenge to the smooth functioning of these institutions. And we have seen highly critical scenario regarding WHO during COVID pandemic, the failed role of the United Nations in stopping the aggression and war, and other institutions having direct impact on people's life. And for lasting peace, we have to understand that every human lives have the same pain, and the world should put humanity first, as the problem of racism, communalism, discrimination on identity, gender violence is hampering the very cause of the peace. So this summit is of high importance to deliberate on the issues facing humanity today. And I once again congratulate Dr. Supriya and his team, and thank you one and all for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your short, crisp, and very thoughtful speech, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, would you like to do this gesture, sir? Joining hands? Yes. Sure. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So, today we have lots of speakers in a row. So here, without wasting a time, now I would like to call Nagraj Shetty, sir. Here, I would like to request technical team, please make co-host Nagraj Shetty, sir. Here, I'm requesting again to the technical team, please make co-host Nagraj Shetty, sir. I think there is a problem with the Nagraj Shetty, sir side. Sir, I would like to request, yes, sir. Sir, I would like to request, sir, could you do one thing? Could you please log in again, sir? Yeah, please log in again, sir. Actually, there is a problem to making your co-host. Meanwhile, we have a Dr. Jugal Kishore. So, Dr. Jugal Kishore from the Mahatma Gandhi Central University. Sir, please proceed, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Supriya ma'am, Dr. Aslam Khan, and मेरे सभी साथी लोग. Good morning, all of you. मेरा जो टॉपिक है आज यूथ और पीस जनरेशन के लिए, मैं बहुत ही मिनिमम टाइम के अंदर अपनी बात पूरी करूंगा कि यूथ जनरेशन के अंदर पीस को कैसे बिल्डिंग को तैयार किया जाता है और पीस और यूथ जनरेशन आपस के अंदर कोऑर्डिनेशन करके किस तरह से जो ग्लोबलाइजेशन वर्ल्ड है इसके अंदर अपना रोल प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं. मैं सबसे पहले पीस बिल्डिंग के बारे में और यूथ जनरेशन के बारे में कोऑर्डिनेशन करते हुए आपको जो मैसेज दे रहा हूं, सपोर्टिंग द यूथ विजन ऑफ पीस. सपोर्टिंग द यूथ विजन ऑफ पीस, जो 5 बिल्डिंग्स तैयार हो रही है पीस के लिए, उसके अंदर जो नंबर 2 पे आता है यूथ ज्वाइनिंग द पॉलिटिकल प्रोसेस फॉर द पीस. तो पॉलिटिकल इंटरफेयर और पॉलिटिकल रोल के अंदर जब तक पीस के अंदर यूथ जनरेशन का रोल नहीं होगा, तब तक हम वैश्विक स्तर पर, ग्लोबलाइजेशन स्तर पर जो हमारा बेसिक प्लेटफॉर्म है उसके अंदर यूथ जनरेशन की बहुत बड़ा रोल होना चाहिए. तीसरा आता है फैसिलिटेट ए डिग्निफाइड लाइवलीहुड. उसको हम लोग अगर देखें तो उसके अंतर्गत भी यूथ जनरेशन की बहुत बड़ी पीस एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर जो है उसका भूमिका होती है. और चौथी जो 4th पॉइंट मेरा आता है उसके अंदर बिल्डिंग एजुकेशन फॉर द पीस. जब तक एजुकेशन बिल्डिंग के अंदर यूथ जनरेशन का सबसे बड़ा रोल नहीं होगा, तब तक हम लोग देखते हैं कि उसके अंदर जो है एजुकेशनल बिल्डिंग के द्वारा भी हम लोग पीस का एनवायरनमेंट एस्टेब्लिश कर सकते हैं. और लास्ट जो मेरा पॉइंट आ रहा है 5 पॉइंट्स के, जो लास्ट पॉइंट है मेरा उसके अंदर है कम्युनिटी इंटर कम्युनिटी डायलॉग. इंटर कम्युनिटी डायलॉग के माध्यम से भी हम इस पीस और यूथ जनरेशन को आपस में कोलैबोरेट करके एक कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट का एनवायरनमेंट ग्लोबल स्तर पर हम स्थापित कर सकते हैं। तो जो 5 पीस मूवमेंट हैं और जो बेसिक इसके प्लेटफॉर्म है, उसके द्वारा भी हम पीस का एनवायरनमेंट का एक ग्लोबल लेवल पर हम मैसेज दे सकते हैं। थैंक यू मैडम।
Thank you, Dr. Jugal Kishore. Thank you very much. Dr. Aslam, within 2 minutes, would you like to translate his speech?
Sure. Actually, he was telling of how youths are contributing to the peace and what should be the criteria and what are the mechanisms to bring more peace by involving the youth into it. And he was mainly focusing on the community level dialogues because we are seeing the different communities, different people, different races and different kind of the youths are there, and there should be a coordination among them, because when we talk of humanity, when we talk of the peace, our pains and our emotions and our goals are same. So his main focus was that we need to train our youth for the peace building, because youth can play a major role in peace building. So it was a gist of his speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Aslam Khan sir. Dr. Jugal sir, please switch on your camera so that I can capture you. Yeah. Sir, would you like to do this? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, without wasting time, I would like to request Nagaraj Shetty, sir. Please proceed, sir. You are a co-host now, sir.
Great morning to one and all present here. Thank you. It is not the planet that is fragile. It is us. I am Dr. Nagaraj Shetty, an educationist, trainer, human rights activist, an aspiring lawyer, and a peacemaker. Today, it gives me immense pleasure in taking part in addressing one of the core goals of global peace and sustainable development, that is goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institution. I won't take much time here because all the speakers have spoken same language but in different words. Let me just share some of the extract from my PPT, and so I'll move on. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Yeah. Namaste once again. The total 17 goals to transform our world from the Sustainable Development Goals, which actually stands like, the Sustainable Development Goals are the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. They address the global challenges we face, including poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, peace, and justice. Out of that, the 16th goal, which is peace, justice, and strong institutions. So peace is our mission. Peace is a prerequisite for development as a whole because it creates an enabling environment for the fundamentals of society's progress. Human capital formation, infrastructure development, markets to the role of law, and so on. Peace doesn't hate. Peace always forgives. Peace has a purpose to love and cherish, to honor and smile, to laugh and play, and stay a while. Peace, justice, and strong institution, the 16th Sustainable Development Goal, aims to build strong and just institution in support of peaceful and inclusive society around the world by 2030, promoting the rule of law, transparency, accountability, good governance, and non-discrimination at all levels of government, ensuring equal access to justice for all, and protecting everyone's fundamental freedoms, significantly reducing violent deaths, torture, abuse, exploitations, discrimination, human trafficking, corruption, and organized crime, and reducing all forms of violence and promoting peace. I think we can see all of these things that's in the countries which don't follow the peace. I think there's a situation here, and the countries which are living in peacefully with others, I think this clearly, differentiated. I think I just want to highlight here that the peace is something, it born from within. If you live in peace, and the rest everything will be in peace. Okay, I think we as if you put ourselves in center of the universe, or you say it's an influential circle, everything starts from you. If your day is not planned well, okay, you will be completely havoc, or you will be completely distressed throughout the day. Thereby your family members, thereby your locality, thereby society, thereby, it's like it leads to kind of an influential circle, and it leads to multiple layer. So the peace within has to have basic fundamentals. Now that comes to justice. If if there is no justice, no peace, you can say. Paul 6 said, if you want peace, work for justice. Justice is a concept of moral rightness, based ethics, rationality, law, natural law, religion, equity, and fairness. Without the criminal justice system and all those who work within it, there might be havoc, violence, theft, and danger all around. Justice and peace encourages individuals and collective action as actors in society for the promotion of peace and justice in the world. It seeks to strengthen citizen responsibility and participation both locally and globally. Some of the statistics you can see over here, but these numbers are daily, day by day increasing. If you see this number, it's actually heart-wrenching, right? So these numbers, I think everybody's action has to take, precaution towards to control of these numbers, raising day by day. Some of the statistics across the world, also you can see that, so these numbers actually, I'll not talk about any particular event, because if I talk any particular event, it will be specific to that event. I'm saying we as a speakers, or we as a change maker, have to think around and to work towards collectively together to change the entire environment, or entire at the global level. So now let's see, why a strong institution is required. A strong, effective, transparent, and accountable institution are essential for sustainable development and critical for governments to deliver service to their citizens. If you see the COVID pandemic situation in 2020, governments worldwide have found themselves under strain while managing the fallout and consequences. In March 2020, if you see as the rapid spread of COVID-19 became evident, many countries began to quickly implement containment and closure measures. A devastating but unequal global economic crisis, the shutdown had an immediate negative impact on the economy. Large number of people were thrown into unemployment and economic uncertainty. These are some of the statistics, a global number. If you see the scale of spending, however, differs greatly between countries, but this number actually from the, the rich country has spent more over the poor country. The willingness of government to respond with swift measures shows how government and central banks can act decisively in a crisis. So the lack of government effectiveness is most pressing in sub-Saharan Africa. If you see these numbers as taken from 0 to 100 based on their relative performance compared to other countries. In sub-Saharan Africa, 28 out of 48 countries are in the lower quartile of effectiveness, with a smaller number of countries in other regions. Now, SDG 16 is the main SDG associated with the promotion of peace, justice, and inclusion. If you see some of the statistics here, corruption, bribery, theft, and tax evasion cost developing countries around euro 1.12 trillion each year, an amount of money that could have otherwise been invested in societies and helped lift the world's poorest out of extreme poverty for at least 6 years. Nearly half of the sub-Saharan Africans don't have a birth certificate. Around 1/3 of all prisoners in the world are held in detention without sentencing. The lack of access to justice impedes the protection of the fundamental freedoms of many and is perpetrating exclusions and discrimination patterns. Additionally, children's rights violations continue to plague many countries. So we need to promote and protect the human rights, which is one of the core of our work. Human rights, the rule of law, and democracy are inextricably connected, and our commitment to those fundamental principles, the foundation should be our policy. Like participatory, inclusive, and representative decision-making also should be our key targets, and it is extremely relevant to the peace building and conflict prevention. Now, everybody, we should think on problems which will arise if we will not live in peace. I think this will be havoc. I'll not go every statement by statement, but we can think of here, suppose if I, as I told you earlier, if I have not planned myself, my day, I'll be in a havoc situation. Like that, if I am not planned well, I am being the center of the universe and everything will be in a havoc and it will be out of control. So how does it affect to me? I think everyone should question themselves. Now, how to see how we can, promote this in every country. I think even Manoranjan also said that, we need to promote education, the change people's values and behavior, encouraging them to adopt more sustainable lifestyles. We should encourage youth. They play a significant role in the implementation, monitoring, and review of the agenda, as well as in the holding governments accountable. The take genuine interest in your government is doing what they are doing. Exercise your rights to hold your elected officials to account. Now, the three key asks would be peaceful societies, just societies, and inclusive society. UNICEF urges all governments to promote the meaningful participation of children in society and provide an environment that enables a child exercise the right to be heard, guarantee the rights of all children in their territory without discrimination, take urgent action to combat xenophobia and discrimination against the disadvantaged groups of children. So there are 3 implementation steps you can do that. One is to monitor the importance of disaggregated data collection and analysis, invest social spending and progress in results for children, adolescents, and youth, then activate awareness building and meaningful participation of the children and youth. I'll just end my presentation by quoting a famous Jimi Hendrix quote: when the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. So peace is the imperative in our lives to have a true pleasure, and it can be attained by being true to you as well. Let each one of us ensure a global empowerment towards a resilient planet for sustainable and equitable tomorrow. Let us take a step for a secure environment to achieve a better and more sustainable future in the age of disruption. Sustainable development, your decision matter. Thank you for considering how you can support sustainable development for current and future generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Means it's a really a great presentation. You put all the facts, all the figures, and all the targets of the Sustainable Development Goal 16 in a very well and a systematic manner. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So just wait a minute. I am giving you a spotlight again. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. So without wasting time, now I would like to invite the research scholars of the Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, Bihar. So first, I would like to go with the Kausar Tasneem ma'am. So Kausar Tasneem ma'am, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Kausar Tasneem, Assistant Professor in AN College, Patliputra University. So I'm extremely honored to speak here on this platform of Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit on the topic which is very interesting and it's very near to my heart too. So the topic which I will tell is the role of Sustainable Development Goals in promoting peace and justice in the world. So the Sustainable Development Goals or the global goals are 17 interlinked global goals which are designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. This goal, which was set up in 2015 by the UN General Assembly and are intended to be achieved by 2030. And we are here to speak about the Sustainable Development Goal 16, which describes about the peace, justice, and strong institutions. Objective: to promote a peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, which provides access to justice for all and to build an effective and accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels. Now, what is meant by this? The peace, justice, and strong institutions which we are talking about. It means ensuring equal access to justice for all and protecting everyone's fundamental freedoms and significantly reducing the violence of every forms like deaths, torture, abuse, exploitations, discriminations, human trafficking, corruption, organized crime. So what is the importance of this goal 16? Because it encourages the individual and the collective action by the citizens for the promotion of peace and justice in the world. Now, why we need peace? The question is, if we see activities like crimes that really that has threatened the foundation of the peaceful societies, and apart from this, homicides, trafficking, discriminatory laws, it affect all the countries. Even the world's greatest democracies face these major challenges. So now the question is how to bring peace among the countries. And this can be done through raising the awareness in our community about the realities of violence and the importance of peaceful and just societies, identifying how we can pursue the sustainable development goals in our daily life, then promoting inclusion and respect towards the people of different backgrounds, ethnic origins, religious, gender orientations, or different opinions should be respected. Peace, justice, and inclusions can be achieved by addressing the corruption, crime, and human rights violations for everyone. Now, the problems which will arise if we will not live in peace. Since peace is our mission, and armed violence and insecurity have a destructive impact as it is going throughout on the development of the nation, affecting the economic growth and creating a long-standing grievances among the communities. Violence has a pervasive impact on societies. It affects the children's health, development, and their well-being. It causes trauma and weakens the social inclusions. Now, lack of access to justice means that conflicts remain unresolved and people can't obtain protection and redress. So to exclude and to be discriminated, it not only violates the human rights, but also causes a resentment and animosity and could give rise to violence. So what should be the targets of the goal 16? It can be described as by reducing the all forms of violence in the developed or the developing countries, promoting the rule of law at the national and international levels, and ensuring equal access to justice for all, and developing an effective, accountable, and transparent institutions at all levels. Then ensuring a responsive, inclusive, participatory, and a very representative decision making at all the levels, promoting and enforcing a non-discriminatory laws and policies for sustainable development, then ensuring a public access to information and protecting the fundamental freedoms in accordance with the national and international agreements, then strengthening the relevant national institutions through international cooperation for building capacity at all the levels, in particular in developing countries, to prevent the violence and combating the terrorism and crime. So in this way, we can protect our planet, which is the mission of the goal 16, and ending the poverty, crime, and ensuring a peace and justice to all by 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kausar ma'am. Thank you very much. Actually, your short speech is really, really wonderful. Thank you, dear ma'am. Ma'am, would you like to do this gesture, joining hands?
Yeah, like this?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. So, without wasting time, now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Abhay Singh. He is the Professor Dr. Abhay Singh. He is the assistant professor in the Department of Gandhian and Peace Studies, Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Bihar. So, Professor Dr. Abhay Singh, are you there? Okay, yes, okay, you are in with the name of Dell, right? Okay, yes, yes. So I would like to request technical team, please make co-host Dell, Dell, Dell. So again, I am requesting technical team, please make co-host Dell, Dell. Okay, there is a problem. Okay. Again, yes. Now you are the
Yes.
co-host, sir. Yes, yes. Sir, just wait a minute. I am changing your name, sir. Actually, there is a problem with my side. Sir, please proceed, sir. Please proceed.
Okay, so finally, ma'am, I'm audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay, so rather a very good afternoon to everyone present here in attendance today. The topic that I will exchange my views on is the challenge of artificial peace in the global context and its impact on the concept of justice. I hope this issue is addressed and discussed thoughtfully after this day. Keeping my point on the subject, I feel that first of all, there is a need to re-understand the meaning of peace. It also becomes necessary because more significant than merely discussing peace or how to restore global peace is why our efforts in restoring peace are proving insufficient. Is it that the nations are moving ahead considering artificial peace as world peace? So on these few key points, I will try to keep my view in front of you through this article. Today, when the whole world is suffering from various kinds of fears, concerns, etc., we need to follow the path on which the real footprints of peace, security, coordination, harmony, mutual understanding, and human welfare are found. And as a student of Gandhian and peace studies, my responsibility increases even more to give serious thought to the subject. Friends, it is very unfortunate that every big nation and every big politician somewhere at the global level holds the belief that peace is possible only by proper use of arms, by force, and that is why it continuously increases its power. According to them, this power will decide their security in all kinds of evils and troubles in future. But in actual fact, this power will prove to be the last option in ensuring the atmosphere of peace on the world. To consider this artificial peace as synonymous with peace is the biggest mistake of human civilization. It is worth knowing that the absence of noise, trouble, or problem never means peace. Peace means staying in the midst of all this and maintaining tranquility in the heart. It does not mean a state of mind where there is an absolute absence of disturbance and conflict. In fact, peace is a social and political condition that ensures the development of the individual society, the nation, and the existence of healthy, cordial relations between the states. It is related to to a functioning political system in which the true interests of all are served. Will any nation today patiently accept that it is working on these parameters and ideals? It is clear that we have failed to realize the basic concept of peace and develop a correct understanding of it. We have to remember that when peace is not naturally established on the basis of justice, that peace is false and worthless. In such peace, a man can never be dependent and he is always afraid. Whenever there is an attack or military action by one country on another, then a simple answer is given by the leader of that country in view of our nation interest and national security. We have taken this action. It is worth noting that on the one hand, world peace, equality-based society, and justice are talked about the states. On the other hand, the state, while worrying about its interests and security, puts humanity on side. In order to bring prosperity to their respective states, they create conditions of starvation in other states. In order to fulfill the good life in their society, they push other lives towards the course of poverty. This is what we are seeing in Ukraine at present, in Sri Lanka. The same is happening in Pakistan, Iraq. We have seen similar situations in the past in many African, Latin American countries. And even today, there is an atmosphere of uncertainty and instability. In such a position, world peace is meaningless, and states will continue to consider only artificial peace establishment as their goal. Artificial peace guards against injustice, selfishness, exploitation, greed, and over-ambition, and it is a bitter truth that the state is walking on this path today. We see different forms of government prevailing around the world, but do any of the kind is successful in establishing peace? Well, they promise it, but the ground reality is very contrasting and disjointed. There are countries on military rule where citizens are protected, but they are not given any rights of their own. There are areas that follow communism. For example, China. We see that Tibet has been occupied and ruled over by China since 1951. Tibetan people describe this as a strategy aimed at the destruction of their national and cultural identities. They often describe China's doing as a cultural genocide. Again, no peace offer. Countries with are run by democracy also have their set of problems. America, for example, is there with every country or region suffering, but only on surface. India is already occupied with border territory issues and communal rights. So the question is how to achieve peace in these tough times. Most importantly, till when we will be dependent on these superpowers to take decisions for everyone, how can we achieve a real peace? First of all, I feel this is a high time for superpowers to actually start acting like one. I would like to quote Mahabharata here, that when there is an assembly of scholars, warriors, and intellectual people gathered at Kuru Rajya Sabha, Lord Krishna says that this is the biggest number of people gathered, not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of quality. So automatically their responsibility and obligation is more because they are the ones functioning on behalf of the common people. So now the superpowers should understand and work diligently without ostracizing other regions. Secondly, a high time it is for the UN to strengthen itself without favoring prime countries again and again. In recent years, it has lost its relevance. While some of its humanitarian missions have been met with adequate success, the UN's ability to live up to its other aims like to maintain international peace and security or to develop friendly relations between nations has been disappointingly insufficient. Simply put, the UN needs to adapt as has the world around it in order to provide the sort of assistance to the international community that its founders envisioned. Especially veto power should be eliminated to have a better representation of other member countries. It should have a power balance because as it has been seen, these five countries often block the key decisions that other nations need. This doesn't suit the present times, which emphasizes the need for quality, need for equality. And on a final note, to maintain peace, we need to bring Gandhian philosophy and ideology back in the arena of international politics, because Gandhian views undoubtedly resembles to what humanity wants. His ideologies remain neglected when it comes to the global forum, so it is crucial to bring those policies back in action. So concluding this, I would say that peace is not a proposal which should have debates or discussions. It has become a demand, a requirement, or we can say a necessity which should be taken seriously. So thank you, Witty Gossip Association. Thank you, Dr. Supriya Pathak. Thank you, Dr. Aslam sir, for giving me such a wonderful platform to express my views on this topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Thank you very much. Sir, please do some upside. Yes. Yes, sir. Perfect, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And actually, your thought-provoking speech is really, really great, sir. Thank you very much. Now, without wasting time, I would like to invite our guest speaker from the Romania. Laura, are you there? Yes, so I would like to request technical team, please make co-host Laura. Laura, Laura. Please make the co-host Laura. I would like to request again, technical team, please make co-host Laura. Laura. I think there is a problem with the login. Okay. Laura, could you do please one thing? You have to log in again, dear. There is a problem, I think, to making a co-host. So please log in again, dear. Yes. No, now you are a co-host. Yes. Now you are a co-host. Please, stage is your, dear. Please proceed.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here and to share my views. So the topic today is SDG 16. So I will present my vision as an educator, and I think it is really
Before
important.
starting, I would like to request, please, everyone, please mute yourself. I think there is a yes, there is a noise, so please mute yourself. Okay. Now, Laura, you can proceed here. Please proceed, dear.
Thank you. So I think it is really important to teach tolerance in schools. So SDG 16 deals with promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. As we know, SDGs are all related, are all interconnected, and we cannot achieve the other goals if we don't have peace, if we don't live in a society where we can enjoy life without being afraid, without being subjected to conflict. Target 16.2 of SDG 16 speaks about protecting children from abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and violence. And the UN definition is end abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and all forms of violence against and torture of children. One of the forms of violence that children are subjected to is bullying in schools. In order to have schools where students can develop to grow peacefully, we need to stop bullying. We need to prevent violence in schools. We need to create safe and healthy learning environments where children can really achieve their goals, where they can learn, where they can grow as human beings. The goal is to have zero violence against children. There are many impacts that violence can have, and violence can affect children in many negative ways. This is a graph of how children were affected by violence and by violent discipline at home in 2015. And of course, if they are experiencing violence at home, they might be tempted to do so at school. And the impact of violence is very serious. It can lead to injuries, lack of self-confidence. It threatens the development of the brain and the nervous system. It affects mental health. It results in negative coping and health risk behaviors. It results in inability to communicate and adapt in society. And of course, the child who is subjected to violence has less future opportunities. Their opportunities will always be negatively influenced by violence. All children have the right to be educated. 246 million children worldwide are affected by school-related violence each year. 1 in 3 students has been bullied by their peers at school in the last month, and at least 1 in 10 children have experienced cyberbullying, a reality which is more and more present each day in today's society. Bullying is unwanted, aggressive behavior among school-aged children that involves a real or perceived power imbalance. So this deals with how power is perceived among peers. If the behavior is repeated or has the potential to be repeated, this leads to bullying. We also need to look at the bully, the children who are aggressive towards others. We need to look beneath the surface because bullying can be the result of abuse, of fear, of trauma. They might be seeking attention. They might want power or control over others. It might be the result of peer pressure. It can hide poor self-esteem. Maybe that person, that child is unsure how to make friends, and that is the solution that he finds. maybe they have been bullied themselves or treated with violence at home. It can be the result of stress, maybe too permissive or too authoritarian parenting, might be mimicking what that child sees in the media. So we really need to look at the children who are subjected to violence to help them, but also at the ones who are making others suffer, at the bullies. There are many types of bullying: verbal, social, physical, and recently cyberbullying. And all of them are equally important, and we need to do everything in our power to stop this behavior in schools. Bullying can affect everyone: the children who are bullied, the children who bully others, and the children who witness this type of behavior. And the effects of violence in schools are low academic results, fear of coming to school, isolation, communication difficulties, depression and anxiety, and also it can lead to health problems. There are some exercises that all educators can do. We need to do everything in our power to ensure that our students benefit from safe learning environments. One of them is called the virtual school trip. We can identify the possible bullies and victims. We can ask students if the school organized a school trip to identify 3 students that they would like to take with them and 3 students they would like to leave at home, and try to give arguments for their decisions. And this way we can see the groups which are friendly towards each other, and we can identify the students who are usually excluded from group activities and who might become victims of bullying. Another exercise is called the living picture. The teacher shows a picture to the students and asks them to relate the elements of the picture, for example, elements which belong to nature, the sun, the sea, the mountains, to students in the class. Students are asked to identify positive qualities in their peers. For example, one student can associate a friend with the sun because that student has a sunny personality, a sunny smile. So we need to make students look at their peers and find positive qualities. Another exercise is the thank you letter. Find things to be grateful for and write letters to other students thanking them for the things they have done for them in the past. And another exercise is the secret angel. Learn the importance of giving and helping others. So students are encouraged to do little things for their peers every day. For example, leaving them notes of encouragement, giving them a fruit, or simply helping them with their homework. What we can do to put an end to violence in schools is to promote equality, diversity, and tolerance, to ensure protection for all students, to give examples of kindness, to report any act of violence in schools, to establish clear rules, to have special lessons for students and educators in which to promote the importance of tolerance and equality, to encourage students to collaborate and work together, and to form groups that respect each other. We need to have safe and secure schools because we are dealing with the future of our world. Students are the future. We need to create tolerant and empathic human beings. One of the projects in our school was the steps of positive messages. The students were asked to find messages that we put on the stairs so they can see every day when they come to school and give them a boost of energy. And these are some of the messages. Offer someone a smile, follow your dreams, learn to be happy, be human, achieve the impossible, choose your words carefully, spread your wings, color your world. Also, theater has a role to play in the teaching process and in teaching tolerance. It raises students' social awareness. It improves their self-confidence, encourages their imagination, improves their memory and communication skills. And it teaches them how to be tolerant, how to be empathic, how to collaborate, how to work together and accept the differences in each group. They need to help each other, and this bonds the class. Peace begins with tolerance and respect for everyone. So we should always look in our hearts, try to give each other the respect and the tolerance and empathy that each person deserves. The day the power of love overrules the love of power, the world will know peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear. Thank you very much for understanding the value of the time also. With your presentation, it's really, really amazing. Amazing, dear. Thank you very much. Now, without wasting time, dear Laura, would you again switch on your camera? Yes, thank you. Thank you. So, dear, would you like to do this? Thank you. Thank you very much, dear. Thank you very much. So without wasting a time, now I would like to call Sonika Sharma, Dr. Sonika Sharma. Again, I would like to request technical team, please make co-host Dr. Sonika Sharma. There is a name Sonika Sharma, so please, yes. Now Sonika ma'am, you are a co-host. Please proceed, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Hello, good afternoon. Myself Dr. Sonika Sharma, and today I'm talking about women and peace. See this topic, women and peace, like Sustainable Development Goal number 60, peace, justice, and strong institution.
Sonika, your voice is not very clear. Sonika, your voice is not very clear. Please check your sound.
Is it clear now?
Oh, just keep your video open. It is better.
Just give me 2 minutes. I'll log in from my phone.
Okay, madam. Meanwhile, we can proceed with the Viren Gandhi. Viren Gandhi, you are already a co-host. So now we can proceed with your speech or presentation. I'm requesting Virendra Gandhi for proceeding, the research scholar of the Mahatma Gandhi Central University. Virendra Gandhi, we can see your name in a participants list. You have to switch on your camera, sir. I think there is an issue with the Virendra Gandhi, sir. Anupriya ma'am, you are already a co-host now. So we can proceed with... Nagaraj Shetty, sir, please mute yourself. Yes. So we can proceed with the Anupriya ma'am. Anupriya ma'am?
Yes.
Yes. Ma'am, please switch on your camera if possible. Yes. Okay, ma'am. Please proceed, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, very much.
Okay.
Nagraj Shetty sir, actually there is a problem. Actually from your side there is some sound, so please mute yourself, sir. Please proceed, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay. I will be sharing my views on changing dimension of peace in new emerging world order. Talking about the introductory part, giving a brief historical sketch of the development of the notion of peace. The story of peace is as old as that of war. Historically talking, peace was seen as an absence of violence and a fleeting fragile state, with war seen as the natural state of humanity. But this view can be challenged, as we have instances where history has been relatively peaceful and orderly. Peace can be sought domestically within the state, internationally via global institutions, or transnationally covering both domestic and international arena. Peace may be either public or private. The practice and the supply and the study of peace through various mechanisms have gone through varied advances throughout the history, but yet the story of peace is rarely told. I would like to quote some scholars. According to Albert Einstein's view, peace is not merely the absence of war, but the presence of justice, of law, of order. In sort of government, according to John Galton, peace and violence are linked. Peace is the absence of violence and should be used as the social goal. Galton further stated that, like a coin, peace has two facets: negative peace and positive peace. Negative peace is the absence of personal violence, while positive peace is an absence of a structural violence, or we talk about social justice. Changing dimensions of peace. We can experience that various kinds of violence have been swirling around the planet. As acts of compassion and non-violence, leaving open the question, what kind of world the post-COVID era would bring? Will we reconstruct the global village as a peace zone, or are we going to fill with different violence that John Galton has identified? And we can experience that in various instances in the current phenomena, because peace has to go through various challenges. Society was always involved in violence in some or other kind. But during the past 200 years, we can see that society has been made increasingly inclusive to war and conflict. Society became the target in war. I would like to quote the Magnus Opus Clausewitzian concept of targeting and destroying the will of the nation. Strategic bombing and nuclear weapons have been added an apocalyptic dimension to the targeting of population centers and innocent human beings. And at the same time, the proportion of civilian casualty in wars has increased dramatically. Equally disturbing but more debilitating is the expansion of violence inside society for political ends, with or without any external linkage. This is one of the most serious problems the world is facing today. It is against the general background that we need to look at the issues of peace and stability in the coming decade. Because before we have an assessment of the future regarding the peace, we need to have a quick review of the past. Like, can there be peace without political freedom? Or conversely, can there be freedom without peace? I would like to quote here Professor Sille, who once said, history is the root and political science is the fruit. And we can say why we need to have a review of the past in peacemaking process. Then we talk about the new world order. A new world order is emerging. Are we ready for the new world order? There has been proliferation of writing about who is going to save the future world order since this latest incident of invasion of Russia on Ukraine. Then comes the great expectations. Why are we facing these situations? Why the world is facing so much disturbance? It is because of the revolution of rising expectations. Transnational revolution of rising expectations. Briefing talkly, it can be categorized under 5 revolutions. And we are going to the 5th one. Talking from the first one is of the 30 years, which finally led to the Treaty of Peace of Westphalia in 1648. That was the struggle between the aristocracy and the clergy. The second one will be the French Revolution, which seek to the alter of intra-state and societal balance of power. The third will be manifested in the halting of imperial expansion and resulted in the First World War. The fourth can be seen as the decolonization, which sought political equality in a struggle between the colonized and the imperial metropolitan powers. The Second World War gave a boost to it. And when I'm talking about the fifth revolution, is that of the rising expectations, propelled by impetus for upward socio-economic mobility, increasing gap between expectations and the satisfaction. At the same time, information and communications has concurrently intensified the revolution of rising expectations by rising aspirations of people worldwide, which it can be depicted in the given slide through protection of core values and national interest, human development, credible, sufficient defense, institutional fabric, ideology, war, terrorism, economic challenges, then demographic pressures. These all are accelerating the process, and it also sometimes hinders the peacemaking process. Then we need to talk about the consolidation of peace and restoring sustainable development. The involvement of the international community tends to center once again on long-term development and developmental corporations. There are many types of activities which came to the front in the analysis of transitional situations, which are going to highly relevant for continuing attention and support. On a concluding note, the ongoing discussion of the new situation with which the world has been facing is acquiring fresh urgency, because most international organizations participate in the prevention and resolution of international conflict. They help to build a culture of peace. It is worth noting, moreover, that to be more successful, conflict prevention and resolution operations require cooperation among states, national organizations, and individuals. I would like to conclude my speech with a famous saying by Lao Tzu. If there is to be peace in the world, there must be peace in the nations. If there is to be peace in the nations, there must be peace in the cities. If there is to be peace in the cities, there must be peace between neighbors. If there is to be peace between neighbors, there must be peace in the home. And if there is to be peace in the home, there must be peace in the heart. Thank you. Thank you, organizers, and especially thanks to Dr. Aslam Khan for providing me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Anupriya, for joining us and for your wonderful presentation. Would you like to do this? Thank you, dear. Thank you. So now I think Dr. Sonika Sharma is with us. So Dr. Sonika Sharma, all is good?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am. So can we proceed, ma'am, with your presentation or a speech?
Yeah, if you allow.
Yeah, please, ma'am. Please proceed, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay. Okay. A very good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Dr. Sonika Sharma, and my topic is Women and Peace. So the Sustainable Goal 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions. I'm connecting my topic, Women and Peace, with that. See, in 2000, UN Security Council passed a resolution like UNSCR 1325 on women, peace, and security. And after that, it followed by 9 other resolutions. Women and peace topic, this concept, this perception was also in consideration in 2015 in Sustainable Development Goals. But still, women have to face many challenges all across the world. The concept is new for the UN Security Council or the UN, but it is not new in the history. When you found, like in 1950, the organization, the Women International League for Peace and Freedom, was formulated. And this was the time when 1,200 women gathered to protest against war and advocate for the rights of women, and they wanted to get the power to be a part of decision maker in peace and security. Women are the half of the world population, half of the population of the society. Instead of that, in spite of that, they are continuously ignorant part. I have few questions like why women participation is important, why women need to be participate in peace process, what are the problems UN is facing or international organizations are facing, and how we can solve or how we can achieve the goals what UN has. This resolution, this development goal has some history. Like there are numbers of conferences in 75, 1980, 1985 and 1995 were there, which were asking, who were asking for the rights of women in peace building. UN General Assembly even organized a special session for this topic. And presently, they are facing many issues. There were resolutions in 2000, but till now, as we found in 2020, there was less participation of women in UN-supported peace programs. The percentage of women participation was only 23%. Then after, the percentage of peace agreement with gender provision was about 28.6%, which was even lower than the percentage of 2015. That was 37.1. Women is the only section of the society who suffers challenges from within the family and outside the family, within the society and outside the society. During war, terrorism attacks. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am, you are audible. Audible.
Okay, thank you so much. See, during attacks, women are the one who suffers the most. They have to preserve their community. They have to change their places. They become migrants. They become refugees. Also, women are the only, not only one who does this, but the most of the part covers women and children. Even after becoming refugees, their challenges never ends. They become the part of sexual violence victims or the human trafficking, etc. They face so many challenges, but they never get a part, or they are mostly excluded in part of peace building and conflict resolution process. UN and international organizations are trying hard to take women in mainstream, but they often fail. There are reasons like we have created a resolution in international platform, but the problem relies in the roots like in local level and national level. We are failed to spread awareness. We are failed to provide equal opportunity, or there is number of lack of a budget in front of the national government or local governments. Just to deal with the situation, or a gender equal society, there must be equal opportunity for everyone. Opportunities which are available for men should be available for female too, in the local or national level. Because once we announce something in international level, it is not possible for a local person, a local individual to reach out there. So we should start from the roots. We should allow our national government or local government. Also, UN has done that. In 2020, 45% of the UN member state or observers have national action plans, but still there is lack of awareness. See, in a society, if we want a gender equal, peaceful society or a possible of women part, it is also only and only possible in conflict prevention, conflict resolution, and post-conflict state building, participation of women. Half of the population of the society should be considered. We cannot simply avoid 50% of the total population and in developing a society. So women inclusion, participation of women, ideas of women, their participation in decision making in big organization, in big processes are needed. Thank you.
Dr. Sonika, thank you very much, Dr. Sonika Sharma. Are you able to switch on your camera so that we can capture you?
Am I audible? Am I visible?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Ma'am, would you like to do this?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much for your wonderful participation, ma'am. Thank you. Now, without wasting time, I would like to invite Jugnu Era, the research scholar of the Mahatma Gandhi Central University. Jugnu, you are already a co-host. Please proceed, dear. Ma'am, you have to, yeah.
Jugnu, can you hear us?
Ma'am, you are a co-host, so there is not any issue with our side. You have to unmute yourself, ma'am. Please click the button of mic, ma'am. Ma'am, please click to the button, ma'am. Ma'am, actually there is not a problem with our side. You actually texted us. Please unmute me. Is ma'am, you are a co-host, so you can switch on or switch off the mic, ma'am. Yes, perfectly all right, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jugnu Ara, research scholar, Department of Gandhian and Peace Studies, Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Bihar. My topic is examining peace and justice in contemporary Indian society. The objective of the 16th Sustainable Development Goal is specifically to build strong and just institutions in support of peaceful and inclusive society around the world 2030. The rule of law, transparency, accountability, good governance, and non-discrimination at all levels of government, promoting reducing violence, deaths, torture, abuse, exploitation, human trafficking, and organized crime are the key of the 16th Sustainable Development issues. Peace and justice means promoting peaceful and inclusive societies of sustainable development. Access to justice for all, providing access that is effective as well as accountable at all levels of society. Promoting and protecting human rights, creating a society where everyone can freely express themselves without fear, regardless of its social, economical, caste, and religion. Participatory, inclusive, and representative decision making is an important feature of a peaceful and just society. It is essential for peace building and conflict prevention. The term citizen is understood in the common language as a person coexisting in a society. It means that the word citizen and citizenships are included in the idea of an individual, which covers the issues related to social justice, rights and duties, equality, and represents diversity, in which the whole range of action performed by the individual in the society is included, which reflects the life of the community at local, national, regional, and international level. Justice refers to maintaining awareness and self-respect in the society existing of human beings with sustainable development. Therefore, both peace and justice are different sides of the same coin. The ultimate goal of peace is to represent leading the society and creating ideal condition for the society in which the individual live in peace. Whenever a situation of conflict arises between the society, it cannot be resolved only by violence, but by adopting the path of compromise, balance is maintained in the society. Peace building is usually a form of conflict resolution that focuses on establishing equal power relationship that strengthens social cooperation by preventing future conflicts. Peace and justice, in a sense, help in a way to act in the midst of conflict, which in a way is an ultimate value of life. Non-violence is not something that can be seen, but the way in which the spirit of cooperation of the person can be felt. When all work is done by cooperation and selfless, then automatically peace will be established in the society. The love of peace and justice is not to change the whole world, but to bring a change in the heart of every person. The basic aim of peace and justice is to help every section of the society and to maintain the spirit of cooperation in times of crisis. It is necessary to create a society in which economic policy promote physical, mental health, where the city and society be livable. Now, I like to conclude my topic with this two-line statement: peace and justice is not just a word, it is the thought to change heart and behavior of an individual. That's all. Thank you so much.
Supriya ji, you are muted. Supriya ji, you are muted.
Yeah. So now I would like to request Nitesh Anand, sir. Sorry, Nilesh Anand, sir. Yes. Sir, you have to switch on your camera also. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Please proceed, sir.
A very warm good afternoon, everyone. Today I am going to talk about one of the 16 sustainable goals, that is terrorism. We all know what terrorism is, but I will try to look after terrorism from other aspects as a different origin of terrorism and mainly US role in terrorism. A critical point of view is needed to understand the origin of terrorism so that we can look after how can be eradicated. So I will start my presentation.
So before starting your presentation, I am requesting you, please crisp your presentation. Please
Okay.
take care about the time limit, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Unfolding the dimension of terrorism and prospect of peace. My name is Nilesh Anand. I am a research scholar in the Department of Gandhian and Peace Studies, Mahatma Gandhi Central University. The definition of terrorism, according to Britannica, terrorism is the calculated use of violence to create a general climate of fear in a population and thereby to bring about a particular political objective. Terrorism has been practiced by political organizations with both rightist and leftist objective, by revolutionary and even by state institutions such as armies, intelligence service, and police. Definition of terrorism are usually complex and controversial because of the inherent ferocity and violence of terrorism. Term in its popular usage has developed an intense stigma. US-led coalition against terrorism. The discourse on terrorism has taken the center stage of world politics in the aftermath of September 11, 2001. To begin with, what is most intriguing in the discussion on terrorism is that there is no anonymity among scholars, nations, government, and international organizations about what is terrorism. Even within the United States, which is spearheading the anti-terror movement, there is no single official definition on terrorism. One such definition by State Department Office of the Coordinator for Terrorism defines terrorism as premeditated, politically motivated violence perpetrated against non-combat targets by subnational group or clandestine agents, usually intended to influence an audience. The US Department of Defense uses a definition that highlights another element of Western concept. It states terrorism is the calculated use of violence or the threat of violence to inculcate fear intended to coerce or to intimidate governments or societies in the pursuit of goals that are generally political, religious, or ideological. In other words, terrorism is violence designed to advance some cause by getting government to change its policies or political behavior. On the other hand, the Justice Department conceives terrorism as crime, the unlawful use of force or crime. In contrast, the FBI consider even an individual act as terrorism if that is directed against the populace, government, or a nation. The US for long has deferred the issue of defining terrorism for its own reason. It has instead used terrorism for a catch-all term for interpreting diverse conflict, such as separatist movement, paramilitary activity to arms, and narcotics trafficking, etc. The failure to define terrorism enabled the White House to label almost anybody opposed to its policies as a terrorist organization. Initially, this approach served them well, but over time, the failure to define terrorism has become a real liability. The US now has some 5 million names on its master terror watch list. This invasion has complicated its fights against terrorism, has created more problems instead of finding a solution. Notwithstanding universally accepted definition, it is however felt that even if there was one, it would have been stemmed by political differences. Terrorism, according to a scholar, political scientists and legal experts considered certain determinants that distinguish it from political violence. For instance, it is generally regarded that contemporary terrorism, unlike war, don't occur between states. It is instead unleashed by stateless organizations against stabilized power. Scholars are unanimous about the underlying motives of terrorism, terrorists, and tools employed by them. They hold that acts of terrorism usually are committed by groups who don't possess the political power to change policies they view as intolerable. Terrorists choose target and action to maximize the psychological effect on a society or government. The attacks on Israeli athletes in 1972 Olympics assured a worldwide television audience and did crashing planes into the World Trade Center. Terrorists often justify their acts on ideological or religious ground, arguing that they are responding to a greater wrong or promoting a greater good. Terrorism in United States, an invisible nexus. Ayatollah Tashkiri, an Iranian religious scholar, has defined terrorism. He said, terrorism is an act carried out to achieve an inhuman and corrupt objective and involving threat to security of any kind and in violation of the rights acknowledged by religion and mankind. Under this definition, nation states themselves could be guilty of terrorism. But in the absence of universally accepted definition, nations have defined the term according to their own beliefs and to support their own national interest. Ayatollah Tashkiri termed United States as being the mother of international terrorism for oppressing peoples, strengthening dictatorship and savage attacks on civilians. In many cases, the United States refused to accept a particular terrorist event as terrorism and even passively supported and sympathized with state-sponsored terrorism and thus indirectly promoted terrorism. Ronald Bruce, an analyst, observed the Bush administration has yet to recognize that the outcome of the war on terrorism will depend on the quality of the peace. By ruling out the peaceful settlement of dispute in Iraq, Palestine, and elsewhere, the White House has not eliminated terrorism. It has provoked it, and it has also legitimized terrorism in many parts of the world. Another scholar, Henrik Hertzberg, says there have been Americans who have suggested that the American policies, arrogance, and heedlessness nourish the soil in which terrorism has grown. US, in order to counter Soviet Union, has supported violent right-wing regimes in Taiwan, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, and so on and so on. These state-supported terror regimes were involved in a large-scale genocide in the name of pursuing communist elements. When the USA emerged as the sole superpower, the idea of a new world order was floated by the Bush presidency. It contained the hype that peace and civility would reign, but the US policies became more ambitious and arrogant. During the decades of 1990s, it launched 3 large-scale wars of aggressions against Iraq, Yugoslavia, and Afghanistan. In the process, collected huge sources of oil and military contracts. American policies and its ambitions to control the vast oil resources of Iraq have significantly contributed to the present growth of terrorism in Iraq. Paul Rogers, a professor in UK, Brentford University, asserted that
Dear Nilesh, I would like to request please sum up your presentation because other participants, other guest speakers are waiting.
Ma'am, but I think I have got 10 to 12 minutes, no?
Yes, but still I'm requesting you, please
Okay,
sum
ma'am.
up as early as possible.
For you, okay, ma'am, submitting it. For the US, the Pakistan-based backed terrorism in India was far long not terrorism, but it was a dispute between 2 countries on Kashmir issue. The US took a leading in, sorry, ma'am. Huntington thus says that throughout the Muslim world, there exists a great sense of grievance, resentment, and envy and hostility towards the West. Due to the US policies on in Middle East, the transnational Islamic terrorism in the Gulf region has grown. That's because they have entered the holiest of their holy land, Makkah and Medina. Thus, the various radical Muslim groups projected the fear that Islam is in danger, and this very feeling galvanized the Mujahideen of Afghanistan and their external Islamic supporters, such as Arab mercenaries, ISIS, Boko Haram, etc. This process of hate against the best gradually took the form of terror inspired by religion and religious underpinning. Comprehensive and multilateral approach to counterterrorism. A broad-based policy to counterterrorism has to be adopted at all levels, national, regional, and international level, strengthening the international organization which has the power to counter the hegemons and the nation states when it comes to developing someone's basic right, depriving someone's basic right, either their individual groups or any nation state. The power structure needs to be fixed. The third world nation needs to be respected, and West along with USA need to stop their civilizing mission. An eye for an eye will make whole world blind. Gandhi has said that, and violence can never be a mean to counter conflicts. Violence leaves scars which are not easy to be removed. Peace building, peacemaking should be our motto to any conflict. Dialogues are more powerful weapon than any missiles. So our focus should be inclusion through peacemaking. For example, prevent a tragedy was one such policy adopted by UK Parliament. We need to strengthen our information and gathering and intelligence system. I would like to conclude my presentation. Peace is an abstract which we can never stabilize in a society. Violence is reality and has been with human species from the beginning. But peace is a process through which we try to eliminate conflict. Terrorism is such an incident which is being carried through the human behavior, that is violence. Inclusion is one such way through which we can change the mindset of young people who feel unsafe, insecure, and are forced to join any terrorist organization. We know peace can never be stabilized completely, but we can for sure try to build peace, that is peace building. So counter-terrorism, guns and missile can never be an option, but not can be an option, but not a main option. The main option is social inclusion. State and nations need to strengthen their diplomacy to counter state-sponsored terrorism. Peace is something which is hard to establish. Still, we should never stop running after that. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Nilesh Anand. Actually, your presentation is full of facts, full of research. Thank you. Thank you very much for your wonderful participation. Thank you. So now, could you please stop sharing? Okay. I am giving you a spotlight. Would you like to do this? Thank you. Thank you very much. So without wasting a time, now I would like to invite for a very short message on a piece from the land of USA, Tiana Jonas. So Tiana, now the stage is yours.
Thank you. Today is a very important day as we develop peace and justice worldwide with all nations. To have peace is to have justice. To emotionally feel justice within is to have full peace, to have peace as each individual is capable of having the conception to accept God with emotions of love. All people can choose to have a better life by feeling justice inside of them. In a world full of corruption, injustice, of events, and evil emotions spreading in communities by leaderships, the only piece of institute of fairness exists within your emotions and your thoughts, with God's connection of elements and compassion. Forgiveness and prayers can help you overcome any life circumstance of keeping your hope and your faith. It is your choice to create awareness, to spread justice here, using your platforms and justice in your homes, spreading to your communities. Peace is amongst us, and justice will always win, serving the light. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for your wonderful peace message. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite Priyanka. Priyanka, you are already a co-host, and now you can switch on your camera and mic as well. Dear Tiana, would you like to do this? Thank you, dear. So I am again requesting Priyanka, please switch on your camera and please switch on your mic. Yes. Actually, your bandwidth is low. before starting, you have to put off your mask.
Ma'am, sorry, I can't.
Dear Priyanka, please proceed. You have to put off your mask so that your voice is audible to each and everyone.
Am I not audible?
You are audible, but you have to put off your mask. Please remove your mask. Please remove your mask. I think there is a problem and connectivity issue with the Priyanka because her network bandwidth is very low. So Aslam sir, can we proceed with the Virendra Gandhi?
Yeah, after that she can present. Yeah, after him she can present.
Okay, okay. So now Virendra Gandhi sir, stage is yours. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for inviting me. Now I am going to present my paper on Gandhian contribution to peace and harmony, societal analysis. Now I'm going to start. Social peace and harmony have become a major concern these days. In the present time, humanity is facing terrible challenge in its own existence. There is general restlessness in the entire world, which is leading the widespread violence. Today, communal immunity has become essential for national integration, and hence Gandhi gave the highest priority. Mahatma Gandhi believed that universality of religion can best be realized through the universalization of the education, and that such universalization is the springboard for national integration. According to Gandhi, the universal human value of nonviolence ought to be cultivated not merely at the personal level, but at the social, national, and international level too. It is the very powerful means to avoid conflict, since it springs from the inner realization of the equality of all human beings. Gandhi lived, thought, acted, and was inspired by a vision of humanity involving towards a world of peace and harmony. Gandhi taught the actual meaning of religion to all Indians for peace and harmony. Gandhi said, "Prophet and avatars have also taught the lesson of nonviolence more or less. Not one of them has professed to teach nonviolence." And how should we it otherwise? Nonviolent does not need to be taught. Man as an animal is violent, but spirit is non-violent. The moment he awake to spirit within, he cannot remain violent. Either he progress towards non-violent or rushes to him his doom. That is why the prophet and avatars have taught the lesson of truth, harmony, brotherhood, justice, etc. India is divided country with the fundamental religious, philosophical, and cultural separatism. This separatism is reflect most our Hindu, Muslim, and other communal rivalries and narrow tendencies. Gandhi saw that these communal rivalries would be to be death knell to survival of this country. Gandhi's experience after the partition immensely proved how to stifle and the terrible communalism in India could turn to be. The Hindu-Muslim massacre after the partition compelled Gandhi undertake the first unto death, which he stopped the ensure from rivalries would be stopped at once. The importance of peace and harmony can be seen easily in Gandhi's thought that Gandhi gave the first reference to communal unity in his book Constitutional Program. In the book, Gandhi created the background of communal harmony in this chapter of the book and said, "No, that unity does not mean political unity which may be imposed. It means that unbreakable heart unity, The first thing essential for achieving such unity is very congressman, whatever his religion may be, to be represented in his one person, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, etc. Certainly, every Hindus and non-Hindus. He has also feels that his identity with the every one of the millions of the inhabitants of Hindustan. In order to realize his very congressman will cultivate the personal friendship with person representing faith or other than his own. He should have the some regard for the other faith as for his own. In the theory of Suraj, Gandhi include the solving that what he considered to be the major problems within Indian society. In the Gandhi's opinion, he key to achieve Swaraj law lay in fulfilling three conditions alone, namely the spinning while Hindu-Muslim unity and the removal of untouchability. In the other to achieve Swaraj, Indian also had undergo the personal reform, a change of heart, what would ensure the obligations of untouchability. Gandhi's first discussion of Swaraj and its condition can be found in his only book of political theory, in Swaraj. Now, I would like to conclude my views. Gandhi left many valuable sayings for the modern man and fight for goodness in society in a non-violent way. The force of power never win against the power of love. There can be no democracy where there is no harmony and no peace. Mahatma Gandhi taught us what we can bring harmony to our world by becoming champions of love and peace for all. Mahatma Gandhi has a source of inspiration not only for the nation but also the entire world. He inspired the world with the faith in truth, justice of all mankind's. Communal harmony has pride of place in Gandhi's constructive program, hoping that everyone see a world of love and unity. He is a great person who teaching will enable humanity to build a new world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Virendra Gandhi, for your thoughtful speech. Sir, would you like to do this?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. So, without wasting a time, now I would like to invite again Priyanka ma'am. Priyanka ma'am, please switch on your camera and please switch on your mic also. I think yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Your network bandwidth is still low, ma'am. So, ma'am, without switch on your camera, ma'am, you can proceed, ma'am. Ma'am, you can proceed. No issue, ma'am.
I can. Okay, thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is Priyanka. Thank you for inviting me on this great platform. My topic is environmental justice and peace. And before starting my presentation, I would like to Am I audible? Sorry, I think that there is some.
Yes, ma'am, actually your network bandwidth is very low. So I'm requesting you, ma'am, if possible, please go with your small video message, ma'am. Please go with your message, ma'am. Your message related to the piece because your network bandwidth is very low, ma'am.
No, I think that up ठीक है, अब सही है. Let me proceed, please.
Yeah, okay, please proceed, ma'am.
I would like to start my presentation with a very famous Indian sloka which talks about peace, prosperity and happiness. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu ma kasyat dukkha bhavet. So, now when we talk about environmental justice, how does it correlate with peace? I think that without environmental justice, we cannot imagine peace in our society. And when we talk that what is environmental justice, then the United States Environment Protection Agency defines environmental justice is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environment laws, regulatories, and policies. When we define environmental justice in the context of India, it means the practice of conserving places of natural and ecological significance in addition to protecting the human rights of citizens, especially among vulnerable groups. So, now why today we are just discussing environmental justice? It is reason behind that today not only India but also the whole world is facing the environmental issues like water pollution, noise pollution, soil pollution, land degradation, greenhouse gas emissions, solid waste pollution, deforestation, and many more challenges like global warming, climate change. So what is reason behind that? The challenges we are facing today. Today, environmental problems are the biggest challenges all among the world. The development we have made so far in subduing to our benefit has been having its negative side. Nature seems to be strike back with invincible force today. The civilization has itself threatened and we have reached the point of no return. So then how is environmental justice is how relevant today? I'm not going in depth that what are the issues of environmental justice. I will must talk about the solutions. But before talking about the solutions, I would like to focus that many tribes are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change because of their close dependence on and connection with the natural environment for their culture, health, and livelihoods. Large scale of mining activities have caused severe damage to the land resources of the tribal areas. Then when we are talking about sustainable development, when we are talking about peace and justice, how we can ignore our tribal peoples, forest areas peoples who are totally dependent on their biodiversity. And we are just destructing, we are just exploiting their biodiversity, we are just exploiting the whole nature, all the natural resources is totally affecting and is not really justified. So, what is the solution? I would like to quote the famous quote of Mahatma Gandhi. He used to say that the earth has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed. Then the key word is greediness. The key word is greediness. What kind of development the world is following today? What kind of development it is? It's totally materialistic. It's totally based on the exploitation of nature. I think that it's a blind kind of development, and we should stop it. We should reduce our materialistic life. We should talk about moral values. We should talk about humanity. Let me speak that. I've just mentioned somewhere. Okay, then let me talk about why environmental justice is relevant today. Environment knowledge and awareness is the need of today hours. Otherwise, it will create a huge problems for coming generations. Without environment, I've said before that we can't imagine peace. Then what is the solution? We have to exercise the human values. We have to exercise our traditional values. We have to exercise our traditional ideology, our traditional thoughts. The Indian culture talks about simple living and high thinking. I think that this is time to share and promote this thought at the great level. As being an Indian, I would like to recall the world to follow our traditional values, lifestyles, and ideology of worshipping Panch Tattva. Our Indian tradition culture talk about Om Sarvatra Santi Var. So that Santi Shabd is very important, that we should be commitment towards that. We must be commitment towards, I think that we have to promote and share production and consumption values. And we have to take some senior efforts this is time to control our human grades. I think this is time to control country grades. This is time to control research grades, senseless urbanization, senseless expansionism. I think that this is time to control, because we are going to we are just going to create a very huge problems for our coming generation if we are not going to reduce our present kind of development which we are following. So one more thing I would like to mention that is that when we're talking about environmental justice, that environmental justice is not a very old termination. It's just a very unique terminology in contemporary political theory, which begins in 1980s era. And this talks only about a safe, healthy, secure planet. It talks about safe, healthy, secure surroundings, safe, secure life. And I think that this is very important, because any development is just made for the people's, for their happiness, for their prosperity. And if the development is based on the destructive method, I don't think so that it is justified and it is beneficial. So it's time to think, rethink, recall, and recall our model. And we think that we should make some a new kind of development model which is totally balanced and correlated with our nature. And at last and not least, I hope and I wish that this summit will bring some solid conclusion and solution. And together we can bring and we will bring the change. And finally, I wish that we can achieve our ST goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Priyanka. Actually, sudden means the session is going on some kind of very boring, but your speech is really a thought-provoking speech, dear. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much for your wonderful participation, dear.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear, would you like to do this? Dear Priyanka, would you like to do this? Yes. Okay, thank you very much, dear. Thank you very much for joining us. Yes. So, Aslam Khan, sir, we have done with all the speakers of the Mahatma Gandhi Central University, sir. Yes, okay. So, with your permission, sir, I would like to conclude the summit, sir, today's day. Okay, yes, sir. Okay. So, dear all the dignitaries present here, all our guest speakers around the world, thank you very much for joining us and making the day 16 Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit 2022 a very grand success. Thank you very much for all of you for joining us. Thank you. Actually, there are lots of messages in a chat box. Here, Nada from Croatia, write that wonderful speech, very strong messages. Thank you so much. Hope all will rethink and recall. So thank you very much, Nada, for staying with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Here we have the Christiana from the Croatia. Thank you very much, Christiana. You are my strength, dear. You are my strength. Just because of you, just because you log in the summit every day, each and every day, become a very successful. Thank you, dear. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Aslam Khan, sir, because you are a really a great, sir. Really great, sir, Aslam. Actually, I am giving you my big salute to you, sir. Your whole team of the Mahatma Gandhi Central University is a means is full of research and full of facts in all the presentation and all the speeches. So please accept, sir, please accept my big salute, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
very
So
much.
nice of you. So nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tiana, for joining us. Actually, in USA, there is a midnight, but still the Tiana from the start to the end is with us. So thank you, Tiana, for all your energy, for all your enthusiasm, for joining us, dear.
It's actually 5 a.m. here.
Yes, yes. Yeah, 5 a.m. here. So thank you, dear. Thank you very much for joining us. Tiana is with us from the 10 a.m. IST. So thank you, dear Tiana. Thank you. I salute all your efforts, dear. Thank you. Thank you very much. And here we have all the guest speakers, all the research scholars around the world. Here I would like to also thank to my dear friend Gu from the Indonesia, from the land of Indonesia. Thank you, dear Gu, for joining us. Thank you very much, dear. Thank you. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Thank you, Priyanka ma'am. And again, I would like to also thank to the National Institute of Law University. Their Vice Chancellor is our chief guest. So thank you very much, Vijay sir, for joining us, for making this day a most memorable moment for us, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So now it's time to say goodbye, and tomorrow we will meet with the goal 17. And here is the important announcement that tomorrow we will proceed with the some certificates of the Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit, and we will have another felicitation ceremony on 23rd April or 24th April. All you will be notified about the felicitation ceremony in your email box. So please check your email box. You will definitely get the email regarding the felicitation ceremony. So thank you very much again for joining us. Thank you. So I would like to request technical team, please end the meeting. Thank you.